Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, good morning, Maddie. Good morning, Film. Hey, SD. Y'all got y'all ooh wee. How's everybody doing this morning? Mm, 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 mm. Hey, Jason, good morning. I feel like I gotta sneeze. It's one of these times where I think the sneeze is coming, but it hasn't arrived yet. It has not arrived yet. Not yet. So we of course we're gonna probably have her back on the stand today. Hey, 4M, she did okay yesterday with her cry clinic. I don't know if it was enough. I'm not sure if oh no, SD. Is that why you up so early today? Thank you, Jason. So I don't know how she's going to. I don't know if they're going to put on additional witnesses. I'm assuming that they're going to try to put something on to support that he could have, with the drugs in his system, the meth and the things that Maddie taught us on the other day. Hey, Messenger, Brooklyn in the house. Oh gosh, I'm gonna be trying to get to New York so I can get some pizza. Good morning. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they try to play this. If they're gonna put an expert on a stand in order to present to the jury, hey, with all the drugs that he had in his system, this is very well possible. We have already been able to let you know that, hey, he jumped off a balcony. Like jumping off a balcony is very extreme, right? That means that I guess, depending on how high the balcony was, but he was injured from it. So I don't know if he was really trying to unalive himself, depending on, how many floors he was up. I mean, if he was only 2 floors up there, he was just playing. He's just playing out here in these streets. But if he was like a lot of floors up, yikes. And for the record, he probably shouldn't have used the balcony. He probably should have did the bridge. Like in that case, if that's what he was really truly trying to do. So I don't know if the drugs makes him do those type of things, but apparently, at least from the chart that Maddie gave us, it showed us that these are things that they kind of do when they on this. So I don't know. Maybe they'll have an expert. I see that our judge is he talking. Right. No, SD, he didn't. No, he didn't. Hey, Pretty Brown. Good morning. How are you? Yeah, so he back up here, and hopefully he don't put us all back to sleep. Well, SD, if you need a nap, he might do it for you, because this judge is something else. I know. I tell you, I wrote them letters up. They'll work though. Let them know you gotta be on the live feed. We got things to do. We got important work here, right? Judging these people, seeing why they out here without the snapback. I don't know. So hopefully she got her cry clinic on, and we'll get some good. I don't know. Some good information to support her case, because I don't think that in my personal opinion, I don't know if the prosecution has completely convinced me beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, we're going beyond a reasonable doubt. So I don't know if they convinced me all the way just yet, because I feel some type of way in the back of my head about him jumping off a balcony. Right. I wasn't expecting to hear some information like that. And they got that out of the baby mama. And who better to know that, right? Okay, guys. So if y'all ready to go into the courtroom, y'all can let me know if we want to. We got a little TiVo time, not a whole bunch. But if y'all want me to speed up the judges, they're ruling on some motions before she gets back on the stand. From what I heard, y'all know how slow and dry and how long it takes him to get out of work. So it's totally up to y'all if y'all want me to play it on a faster speed. If not, we can just listen to it at regular normal speed and save our TiVo time for some time later. So it's totally up to you guys. But I'm assuming that jury instructions and they'll work on those at some point in time. In this case, it'll probably go to the jury, I say tomorrow. The defense can't be calling that many people, I don't think. So I think it'll go to the jury sometime tomorrow, no later than Friday. Now, I don't know how many items they have on this verdict form, but once we find out what the verdict form is going to look like, that will tell me exactly how long they'll be back there deliberating. Yeah. All right, guys, let me see those ones in the chat or the sweet pea gangs in the chat, and I will get us in the courtroom and we will see what we have in store for us today. Oh, I got my coffee. Good morning, Dandy. Hey, Film. Let's see. Okay, I see some ones. I see some sweet pea gangs. I see some ooh-wees. Shout out to therapists. She be making all our little cool emojis. And our certificates. So don't forget that once the trial is over, if you want a digital certificate, I'll give her email address and she'll create you a digital certificate that you can put in your file saying that you finished the trial with taking it to trial, right? And they are absolutely amazing. I'll show y'all one before the trial ends if you haven't already seen one. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get us into the courtroom, see what they're talking about this morning, and we'll kind of go from there.
At the end of yesterday, at least for starters, the DA's office raised the issue of the court considering the admission of a recording involving the defendant and her mother and discussions of phrases such as manic and psychosis. The court also talked to the parties about questions related to people on probation. So we talked about that at sidebar, and the attorneys could prepare for that for today. The court staff did mention one thing first, that on the sequestration order, I know certain witnesses were excused from that. The court's not entirely sure, but one of the court staff thought that in the afternoon at the end when the defendant was testifying that, and I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, so just want to clarify, was Susan Cox in the courtroom during the testimony?
She was, Your Honor.
All right. Was there an agreement to exclude her from the sequestration order?
I believe there was. She had been released from her subpoena by the time that she had entered, is my understanding.
Okay. All right. Just wanted that clarified for us on the record. So appreciate that was something discussed between the attorneys. The court didn't have access to a certified transcript, but did confirm what was discussed at sidebar about the reference to people being on probation, and the court's recollection was confirmed. There was a second part of testimony that the court did at least reviewed an uncertified transcript where the defendant was asked to explain what was said or what was going on in the moments between an encounter in the bathroom area and then an encounter in the kitchen. The court reviewed the defendant's response. It was quite lengthy, but part of it was the defendant testifying that the alleged victim, Joey, pretty much gave a list of things that were on his mind. So the answer, and this is not certified, said that she told him to go in the kitchen and have some pizza. She said, I'm thinking maybe it would sober him up a little. Then she goes into quite a lengthy list of things that she said he was mentioning about potentially his state of mind or his mental health. And the way she phrased it was, quote, he's continuing to talk about he's going to lose his job. Talks a little bit about his childhood trauma that he has and his fears of how the same trauma was being repeated to his son by the mother of his son's boyfriend. And so I was like, after I heard these same loop that he started to go into, I know he's just going to get more agitated and more crazy. So I told Joey, I'm too tired for this today. I'm leaving. I'm going over to Jeff's. You can meet me over there if you decide that you're going to calm down because I'm not dealing with this tonight. The next sentence says, I've dealt with this over and over in these psychosis or manics, whatever episodes that he would have would last anywhere from 12 to 72 hours. And I was just at the point where I separated myself from him, unquote. So at the end of the hearing yesterday, the DA's office believed that the court should revisit at least one audio call of the defendant talking to her mother and using those phrases, or the phrases coming up, psychosis and manic. And I said that I needed to hear that one more time. So do you have that queued up?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and can you, just for the clerk's minutes, note, it's on jump drive 1. What is it referenced as?
It's referred to as mania to psychosis, audio only, hyphen April 24th, 2025 at 18:38.
How long is it?
I believe it's less than a minute. Well,
All right,
I'll put it and pause it and I can answer that question for Your Honor.
Mania did, and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
58 seconds is how long it is.
how many seconds?
58.
Play the 58-second clip so I can hear it one more time.
Okay, I'll play it from the beginning in its entirety.
Mania did, and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it,
No,
and
I didn't.
now
I didn't look yet.
oh, anyway, it's really, you can get it from trauma. You can get it from using street drugs. You can get it from, oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes, and it's psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you are in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if can you tell that to Knuckles, what did you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing, and then
It's played. It's completed. Playing.
All right, and so what's your final summary on whether the court should reconsider it based on the defendant's direct exam yesterday?
I think my argument is that this call is relevant because as of now, I believe there is a significant amount of evidence before the court to show that the defendant has changed her story in numerous ways throughout numerous times. And interestingly enough, after she's been presented with numerous different points of evidence. I think that this call is relevant because it's from April of 2025, after she's been charged, after she's in custody for this incident. And she's discussing something that changes the evidence yet again. Up until her testimony yesterday, everything she's said, whether it be in written statements or text messages or any of the other evidence that we've introduced before, Your Honor, has all been that the defendant is manic. The defendant has mania, he is all, it's manic. Psychosis is never mentioned. Then this call comes up, they're continuing to do research, which in and of itself isn't bad. But what's bad is that now that they've done this, she suggests that Pin, whoever Pin is, or her mother, who she's speaking to in this, when she comes to court, they're just going to have to say that instead of mania, essentially asking her mother and whoever this other witness would be, Pin, to change their testimony based on what they've learned since it happened. I think this further cements the idea that the defendant continues to change her version of the facts based on what comes in, what happens. It's not the truth. The truth itself never changes, and the defendant's stories continually do. And I think that this goes to show that they're working to do that. There's also this argument that the defendant, what she said yesterday, had a minimal part in the cover-up. John did these things to cover up without her knowledge. He told her to leave. He did all these things without her knowledge. Jeff Hayes put this cover on her VIN number. She didn't know that. The stickers, she didn't know that either. This is the defendant herself taking an active role in it and saying, when you come to court, you're just going to have to say that. It cuts right against her testimony and much of the other evidence that we've seen. So I think it's relevant in a number of ways. And with her actually changing it yesterday, saying mania or psychosis or whatever, I believe she's opened the door to that, specifically as is referenced in this audio call or audio version of the video clip. I should note that the original had video, but this, what I played, will be a black screen. It has no reference at all to the fact that she's in custody.
All right, and my recollection was at some point, maybe even in the defendant's testimony yesterday, Pin was identified as Jeff Hayes.
I don't recall if he was he?
I don't believe that was part of the testimony, but the full audio call makes it very clear that that is who
Okay,
Pin is.
and maybe it came up at sidebar or at a motion. All right, I'll have defense counsel respond. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I just want to make a record and say we are objecting to this audio call, video call being played. We did not receive a copy of this call until last night. So I think that at this point in time, it's untimely and we would object to it for that reason. But further, I don't believe that it is relevant. The state is arguing that it shows that Ms. Krebs has changed her story, talking about mania and then using the term psychosis. But even yesterday in her own testimony, she uses the term mania, manic. She continues to use that term. If you listen to the entire audio call, it's very clear that she's not trying to change any testimony or any statements or influence anybody. Rather, there is research that's being done. The symptoms that she says that Joey displayed always remain the same and are consistent with what she has testified to. I think taking this very short clip, quite frankly, takes this conversation out of context. I have further concerns still about the reference to any conversation with Stephanie. Even if it doesn't talk about what she may be discussing with her lawyer, it certainly gives the jury an idea as to conversations that we would have had. The state argues that this just shows that Ms. Krebs continues to change her story and to change what the truth is. But again, it's simply the discussion of what the accurate terminology is supposed to be. And again, she still continues to use the term mania even during her testimony yesterday.
All right, from a contextual starting standpoint, the court is focused on a witness on the witness stand. So these are statements of the defendant in court. So it implicates certain jury instructions. One would be 300, which is the credibility of the witness. So whether it's a citizen witness for the state or the defense or a party testifying, including a defendant, when they're on the witness stand, whether compelled by subpoena or make a decision to testify, their credibility is put at issue. 300 is a full-page instruction explaining what the jury is to consider regarding any witness, including the defendant. The instruction says if a defendant testifies, you should not discredit the defendant's testimony just because they're charged with the same crime. Use the same factors to determine the credibility and the weight of the defendant's testimony that you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. So the scrutiny of the earlier witnesses should be the same, and scrutiny and consideration of the defendant's testimony should be filtered through jury instruction 300 for the jury. During the course of the direct examination, from a contextual standpoint, part of it was recollection of the history of what happened on July 18th and the days following. Part of it was contextual as to the relationship between the essential parties or players in the case, the defendant, Joey Carnot, some of the people that intertwined with this case after the fact, including Jeff Hayes, who courts believe he is identified in some capacity as Penn, John Pfeffer, and some others. So their credibility is all at issue. There's different versions of different stories. So part of the fact finder's role is to decide the reliability and the believability of of things people say, not just their out of court statements, but in particular when they take an oath and decide to testify. So there's all the bullet points in 300 as to factors to consider, including the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, any kind of bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony. Some of the things the defendant testified about said she was following somebody else's lead. The issue of the statement regarding what Joey Carnot may have been doing right before he sustained a stab wound is highly relevant. It's obviously contextual as to a case that may be viewed as a whodunit. And so before the defendant testified, we had a series of exhibits that showed communications. I think they were exhibits 153 through 162. So leading up to the moments or within maybe 5-10 minutes of the alleged injury and the death of Joseph Carnot. When the defendant was on the stand, rightfully so, she's allowed to give her recollection and version of what took place. But when a defendant decides to testify, then they're subject to cross-examination on whether her testimony or anybody's as a defendant's testimony is influenced in some way. She used the phrase psychosis. She explains, as I said, a list of things that were being said by Joey Carnot, which at least in some general context is quite lengthy in contrast to, I guess, more limited or off the cuff short comments in text messages. So the DA's office is going to get a chance to cross-examine her on what she said took place in the apartment, especially that time period between an interaction near the bathroom and into the kitchen. But her lengthy response, including claimed that the victim, alleged victim, was recounting a series of things from his treatment records. And then she uses the phrases mania and then psychosis. Now, she did, I think Attorney Aubert brought up yesterday, well, she said whatever, but she chose the word psychosis in her testimony. A few months ago, maybe about 7 or 8 months into the case in April of 2024, she's on the phone and somebody related to her is suggesting that phrase. And there's a dialogue about that. So in the court's view, that implicates some outside influence, maybe portrayed that she's just following the lead of somebody else, consistent with following the lead of John Pfeffer, but it at least implicates an inquiry and opens the door to a cross-examination to explain whether that's something she independently recollected from July 18th of 2024 on her own, or it was influenced by her mother saying, you know, this could change the whole thing. And this is something that should be relayed through mom's testimony and Penn, Jeff Hayes' testimony, and she at least affirms that. So that at least opens the door in the court's view, her use of that phrase psychosis, and a change from frequent references to mania, that her testimony may have been influenced by somebody else or constructed in a certain way to line up with others and their suggestions. So the court will allow the recording to be played to the defendant, and she can be questioned about it. It can be made clear that it was from April 24th of 2025. Should not reference any status in the jail. Does make a reference to the attorney, but the court feels that the defendant's response to that suggestion isn't anything that is inconsistent with a general thought that people that are charged with crimes talk to their lawyers. It was the defendant that, in the court's view, volunteered the phrase psychosis. It wasn't in a leading question from defense counsel. So the court doesn't believe that phrase was suggested by defense counsel. That was something the defendant on direct volunteered in her recollections or version of what took place right before the stab wound. So the court feels jury instruction 300 is implicated. Also, once again, we've talked numerous times about jury instruction 172, the behavior after the fact is probative as evidence of conduct after the fact an alleged crime was committed, whether the behavior after the fact, whether it's fleeing from the scene, concealing things, different statements that change, whether that's a consciousness of guilt. That's something that historically 172 is always addressed. And once again, the jury is told whether that shows consciousness of guilt and it equals actual guilt are matters exclusively for the jury to decide. But the defendant's conduct after the fact is relevant, and even months later, preparing for trial and discussing the use of alternative terms that may portray the alleged victim in a more negative light, such as psychosis, is relevant to show possible motives for adjusting or falsifying testimony. So the court will allow cross-examination on that. Is there any other issue that came up on direct exam that the state feels the court has to review? Any other recordings before the defendant comes back on the stand?
But just one point of clarification on the order Your Honor just made. Would the state also have the option of, rather than cross-examining the defendant on, addressing that with witnesses in rebuttal?
Well, I think she needs to be confronted with it before it opens the door for a rebuttal witness.
Understand? Thank you. Any other issues?
The court was inquiring regarding the probation situation. I did look to confirm Joey's probation status, and I do not believe he was on probation. There was a 2018 case where he received a fine, so he didn't have probation in that case. And there was a CF case that got resolved as a misdemeanor, drug paraphernalia possession in 2013. And that was a 1-year period of probation. So from anything I can see, he would not have been. So I think that confirms what we had talked about yesterday with the court.
All right, so the defense agrees that in fact Joseph Kerna was not on probation on July 18th of 2024?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right, so the state can cross-examine the defendant on the broader statement she made. The transcript indicated that she was asked a question, when you remember that here are drugs in the apartment, what are you concerned about? And her answer was Joey losing his son, all of us being on probation, the cops coming into the apartment, so she can be cross-examined on that. The defendant, just on one other issue before we bring the jury back out, the defendant did testify about some things about her phone and replacement of the phone. The court had a question on Exhibit 195, which is a text or an electronic message on July 21st at 2:31 p.m. Who is that message to? Because it says I need a phone too. 195.
Let me just double check.
This one?
That's to Greg Allen.
All right. I don't remember everything that came up in an earlier recording that you had of Mr. Allen. But was there an intention to confront the defendant with that recording if it referenced anything about the phone?
The recording that we played, I don't believe was about the phone. I believe that was more focused on Mr. Allen and Mr. Krebs' relationship. I can use the mic, I'm sorry. I believe that previous recording didn't mention the phone. It just mentioned, it was more focused on the relationship between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs. I think it relates to this message because the audio message that Your Honor heard was from, if memory serves, 16 days after Joey Carnot's death. And there was some question as to whether or not Ms. Krebs and Mr. Allen had this relationship closer in time to when Joey Carnot was alive. This text message was 3 days after Joey's death, and it ends with the phrase, I'm gonna owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways. There was some argument over exactly what that meant, but the state's contention was that Ms. Krebs was essentially referencing sexual favors for the payment of the phone. So that's how those two messages would have related.
Can you remind me if the follow-up phone call, did you say it was 16 days after the death of Mr. Kerna?
I believe so.
Was an extension of this in any way?
I don't believe it was an extension of this message. I think it was kind of a separate conversation that more kind of encapsulates their relationship.
All right. I'm not authorizing it to be played, but if something comes up that opens the door, I kind of want to hear it before the defendant gets back on the stand, just so I don't have to excuse the jury and make a decision. But if she's cross-examined on something that relates to the phone and Mr. Allen, and you think that opens the door to this, I want to at least hear this again. I'm not at that point, I'm still excluding it, but I don't, what I was thinking about when the phone testimony came up yesterday was the procurement of the phone was raised by the defendant. And so I look back at the exhibits that discuss the procurement of a phone after the fact. And I wasn't sure if 195 related to Mr. Allen or somebody else. So can you at least play the Allen recording so I can be refreshed as to what's even referenced in there?
Yes, sir, I can. And for the record, it is under Exhibit 1. It's under the Chad Riddle folder. There's a subfolder in there that says calls. And within there, it's labeled Krebs and Greg Allen - relationship.
And what's the date and time of the call?
August 3rd, 2024 at 2021.
In the afternoon, 2021 PM?
8:21 PM, yes, sir.
221?
2021 hours.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead, you can play it just so I can hear it ahead of time.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
Okay.
Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of
Got
that?
you on that. Yep.
All right.
I
I
got
hope
you.
so.
100.
Because that's between you and me. I told you we got to start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple.
Okay.
Okay? I don't want to
My
press you
friend
into it.
just found out today that she's preggo. She's in here
She's
with me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
I don't. Yeah, I think you will if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it? Pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get to do that with me, dear.
No. Why?
Because I want to have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
Something.
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
The calls, that's the complete call,
Okay,
or the complete clip of the call. There are other parts of the call. That's a clip of the total call.
all right. So there's not a reference to the phone, there's a reference to potential sexual behavior. Are you asking the court to revisit anything about that? Because right now I'm excluding it.
Not at this point, no.
All right, if something comes up on cross that you think opens the door, then we can revisit it, and I've at least heard it at a time, so we don't have to excuse the jury. I'll just go to sidebar and we'll just discuss it. So at this point, the last call between Gregory Allen and the defendant from August 3rd of 2024, court understands it's 16 days after the fact, so there may be some relevance depending on how the testimony goes, but at this point, it's may have some vague reference to a follow-up to an exhibit that's already been received, 195, but it kind of depends on what the defendant says on the stand. So at this point, don't bring it up. If you think you have grounds to bring it up, we can ask for a sidebar. All right, is there any other recording that I deferred a ruling on or gave a ruling that you thought should be revisited? Just once again, I want to avoid having the defendant get off the stand or excusing the jury for longer periods of time during the cross-examination.
Yes, I understand. Unless you want to do like the Hayes ones, maybe. No, I don't think so, Your Honor.
Anything you can think of that you want me to rule on before your client gets back up on the stand?
No, sir.
All right. Just the last thing before we get the defendant back up there is there was a reference to a family court hearing. So I just double checked that the only thing I saw was that there was a hearing scheduled for family court July 31st at 9:30 in the morning in front of a Winnebago County Court Commissioner. Does that sound accurate? All right. So if that comes up, the court can take judicial notice of that hearing date if it's necessary. Okay, we'll bring the jury out.
Can I have 3 seconds, Judge?
All right, we'll wait a minute and then,
I think you have to have her go up there anyway.
Can we have her?
wait a minute and we'll have the Deputy Rachel assist the defendant up to the witness stand. Once the DA is back, then you can get the jury. Once the district attorney is back, then you can get the jury.
Okay, so it looks like they're bringing the jury out. She opened the door to some stuff that she didn't have no business opening the door to. So they are going to be playing that recording between her and her mom while she was in custody. Thank goodness the jury wasn't in here during this period of time, because he would have definitely put them to sleep. Good morning to everybody who's came in. And oh gosh, let's see what she's going to testify to today. She's still on direct exam. She has not had cross. Let's see how her cry clinic, if she remembers those important lessons. I'm so glad she took those rubber bands out of her ponytail or whatever they call. Yeah, guys, he talked for like 30 minutes. About what he could have made a decision on. I guess he liked to talk things through with himself. Hey, JD, I'm doing great. How are you? Gonna go reheat some more of my coffee, considering that the judge kind of like need some no-dos with this one when he talking. Okay, guys.
Good morning to our jurors. And we're back on the record on State of Wisconsin versus Samantha Krebs. This is day 6 of the jury trial here in Branch 6 for Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. The parties at the tables are the same, and we're going to continue with testimony from Ms. Krebs in a few moments. The court, as I mentioned, is going to order lunch for you. I'm not sure of the timeline of everything today, but I know the attorneys are ready to work hard and keep things moving in an efficient and reasonable pace. And we did take up a couple of legal issues that delayed your arrival in court just to try and avoid too many breaks while the next witness or witnesses testify. So that's what we were doing. All right. District Attorney Ms. Templis is going to do cross-examination. As a reminder to everybody in the back of court, make sure your phones are completely off. We don't want any distractions. For Ms. Krebs, when you get questions, make sure you listen carefully to the questions. Your microphone is activated, so stay near your microphone. When you hear the scope of the question, keep your answers within the scope of the question. Don't volunteer anything extra. If either attorney wants anything extra, they'll ask you a follow-up question. Also, if you need anything to refresh your memory, whether it's an exhibit or any kind of document, the attorneys will give those to you to review to assist you. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Thank you. Ms. Krebs, you're 40 years old,
That is correct, ma'am.
and this happened last year.
Yes.
And you said you started dating Joey Carnot in May of 2023, right?
It was around there, yes.
In fact, the first message or text message between you was about May 31st of 2023. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were dating Joey, you met Kaysen, his son, in approximately June of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you met Kaysen, that was at a drop-off at Quick Trip, right?
I believe so, yes.
And isn't it true that you wouldn't tell Brittany your last name and that you just went by Sam then, or Samantha, right?
It was going on between Joey and Brittany. Brittany wouldn't tell Joey Chris's last name, and Joey would not tell
Sam,
Brittany my last
Samantha,
name.
I'm going to ask you questions, and I
Okay.
just want you to answer my question, okay?
Okay.
So it's true that Brittany didn't know your last name, right?
That is correct.
And at a point in time, she asked you your last name and you didn't give her your last name either, right?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that the phone number that Joey had prior to meeting you was the same phone number that he had when he died?
That is correct.
And so his phone number was never actually disconnected, right?
No, it wasn't.
And he used your phone to call or to contact Brittany and have communication with her?
That is correct.
During the summer of 2024, your employment really was just you selling some things on eBay. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. What was your employment?
I was doing landscaping.
Okay. Not landscaping though on July 18th of 2024 though, right?
No,
Okay. You said you got engaged sometime prior to when Joey died.
correct.
So at that point in time, last summer, Kaysen would have been 4 years old. Is that right?
That's right.
And isn't it true that Joey loved being a dad
That is correct.
and Kaysen was really important to him?
That is correct.
And his dad wasn't really involved in his life, so he really wanted to be involved in Kaysen's life. Is that fair?
Yes,
And you said yesterday that you wanted you, Joey, and Kaysen to be a family, right?
yes, ma'am.
So that would make you his stepmom, right? When you got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we can all agree that being a stepmom to a young child is an important responsibility, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it requires a lot of responsibility for putting somebody else's needs or child's needs ahead of your own, right?
Correct.
And you would certainly want to give Kaysen the best life he can, right?
Right.
And you would certainly want him to be safe, right?
That is correct.
And you'd certainly want him to be healthy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that you and Joey were upset that Brittany was withholding Kaysen from you and Joey that last month. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that was a big deal because you wanted to be a family, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, Joey was supposed to have Kaysen on Wednesdays and every other weekend. Is that true?
That is correct.
And in fact, she was going back to court for family court to get full custody of Kaysen and had a court hearing scheduled later that month, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that that was because of the concerns about Joey's drug use at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that as you talked about sometimes, or maybe you didn't, but when he was using, sometimes he would miss pickups or drop-offs of Kaysen, right?
I don't understand the question.
Sometimes because of drug use, he would miss pickups or drop-offs of Kaysen, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And isn't it true that part of the reason why you left on July 18th was because you had drugs and drug paraphernalia in the house, right?
That is correct.
And I think we can all agree that having drugs and drug paraphernalia in a house wouldn't be a good environment for a 4-year-old child, right?
Right.
And during this time, you said your testimony yesterday was that you were using pretty consistently around that period of time of July of 2024, right?
Periodically.
Well, you said you had been using quite a bit, right?
That day, yes.
Okay. And certainly we wouldn't want a 4-year-old child around somebody who has been using, right?
No.
And when somebody is using, somebody can act in ways that don't make them responsible for a 4-year-old child, right?
Correct.
Including you, right?
Correct.
And so as Kaysen's future stepmom, you'd agree that it wouldn't be in Kaysen's best interest to be around two people who are using together at that time, right?
Correct.
And we talked about how important Joey's role as a father to Kason was. And you certainly love Joey, you said yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you were engaged to him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you would presumably want the best for him, right?
That is right.
And the best for him at that time would not to have him be using and for him to get treatment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you still continued to use around him, right?
Who is him?
Joey, you continued to use around Joey.
Yes.
And you continued to have drugs around Joey, right?
We both had drugs. So yes.
Right. But you said that that night you had invited John Pfeffer over that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that he was also bringing somebody else, right?
That is correct.
And you heard John Pfeffer's testimony that he was coming over because you had meth, right?
We both did, yes.
You and John had meth?
Me and Joey both did.
Okay. But you had told John Pfeffer that you had meth, right?
I think it was unspoken, but yes.
Okay. And what would be in Joey's best interest was with his upcoming child custody hearing would be for him to encourage him to get into treatment, right?
Yes.
And to not be using around him as well, right?
Correct.
And so that you could be a soon-to-be stepmom and get help yourself, right?
Correct.
And you did not, correct? Help that July.
Actually, I was seeking help. I was in AODA and day treatment.
Okay, so you're in treatment and you're still actively using meth, right?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay, but you're in treatment and you're using meth, right?
Yeah, I had relapses, of course.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about testimony you said yesterday about an incident that happened at a hotel in Wisconsin Rapids. Isn't it true that that happened in March 29th of 2024 and not the summer of 2024?
I'd be guessing, but that sounds correct.
Okay, and you said that Joey was exhibiting some odd behaviors from using meth, right?
Yes.
And those behaviors were not violent, right?
No.
And they were not suicidal, right?
Well,
Yes or no?
were they suicidal? No.
Okay. No self-harm, right? He wasn't cutting or he wasn't doing anything to hurt himself in terms of self-harm, right?
Not while I was present, no.
Okay. And there wasn't any mental health hold or anything that came out of whatever happened that day, right?
He just got a fine.
We're talking about a mental health hold, right?
No.
No mental health hold. So you talked about being on probation yesterday. Joey was not on probation, right?
That is correct.
And you talked about your probation agent was in Wisconsin Rapids, right?
That is correct.
And when you were arrested on July 22nd of 2024, you stated yesterday you were walking to Missy's van to tell her she could wait inside while you got ready. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall seeing a video where Jeff Hayes exits the apartment, looks around, and then basically waves you to come out, right? You saw that video?
Yes, I did.
And so he was kind of looking ahead and making sure no one was out there for you, right?
Correct.
And then once he gave you the all clear sign, then you exited the apartment, right?
Yes.
And you said that Missy, that was about 2:30. Do you recall that?
Yes,
PM or AM?
I'm sorry, PM on July 22nd of 2024, right?
I don't remember the time.
Kind of mid-afternoon, right?
Correct.
And you said that you were going to go in and you were going to get ready and Missy was going to wait inside with you. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And the probation agent's office closes at 4:30, right?
4:35, I'm not sure.
Okay. And as of then, you weren't ready and you had to still drive to Wisconsin Rapids, right?
That is correct.
And Wisconsin Rapids is about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more from here to there, right?
I'd say less.
Okay. So let's walk through the time on July 18th of 2024. So I want to start with exhibit number 150. If we could put that on the stand or on the screen, thank you. So this text is sent to you at 7:27 in the morning on July 18th. And it is from Joey to you, right?
Correct.
And when he sends it to you, are you still sleeping at that time, which is why you don't read it till 9:25?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't read it for about 2 hours, right?
That is correct.
And the text message says, "Good morning, my shine bright." And is that like a diamond?
Yes, ma'am.
"I would love to make home cooked meals with you and be partners in the kitchen." Do you see that?
Yes.
Sweet message, don't you think?
Yes.
And he was really sweet, wasn't he?
Yes.
And really kind and really loving. So then we have your response back. After you read the message at 9:25, you respond at 9:31. And I'd like to show you what's exhibit marked 151. And that's from you back to Joey, right?
That is correct.
So after his sweet message, you said, "I know you're trying so hard to have time with me, and I'm so sorry I didn't think that extra little PC would put my dick in the dirt, but I'm still fucked up as we speak. Love you." So when you talk about that extra little piece, it's LILPC, are you talking about another drug?
I'm talking about my medication.
Okay. And it would put my dick in the dirt. And that's what you said, right?
Correct.
And you're still fucked up, right?
Yes.
And that fucked up is from you using meth, right?
No, that's from my Suboxone.
Well, you said yesterday that I thought you said that you had been using
Meth?
that morning. Yes.
I didn't use that morning. I don't think it was until afternoon.
Okay. But you're still, quote, fucked up, right? Is that
Off
you?
my Suboxone, correct.
And your Suboxone's supposed to be helping you stay clean, right?
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
a process to get it in my system.
I understand, but I'm just going to ask you if the Suboxone is supposed to help you get clean, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then if we look at exhibit 152, he responds back to you when you tell him that you're fucked up and your dick is in the dirt. He says to you in a text message at 1:25, "I know you got a lot going on and stuff. It's okay. Just can't wait to say I do." Isn't that what he says?
That is correct.
And that's him talking about he can't wait to marry you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's another really sweet message, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So then at exhibit 153, he sends you another text message shortly after that at 1:27 that says, "Remember to call in your subs and get the Capital One card done too." So In this call, is he reminding you to get your prescriptions and then also to pay your Capital One card?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's trying to be real responsible, making sure that you're getting certain things done to help out, right?
Correct.
And then when we see Exhibit 154, he sends that shortly after, within seconds, where he tells you that he's right by the house, come say hello. Do you see that on Exhibit 154?
Yes.
He was working that day, right?
Yes.
And that's a good thing that he's working, right?
Yes.
And he sends that to you at 1:27, and then you see that at 2:17. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, in the next exhibit, 155, that particular portion of the message is actually blown up in 156, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a construction area where he was working close to where you two were living?
That's what I would assume, yes.
And he wanted you to stop by to say hi, right?
I think he was stopping by the apartment to say hello.
I believe if we look at exhibit 154, he says, I'm right by the house, come say hello, right? And his work where he was working that construction was right by the house, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so he wanted to say hi to you in the middle of the day, right?
Yes.
Because he cared about you and that would be a nice little bright spot in his day, right? So then we get to a message where you don't respond to that particular message about come say hello. And on 157, he sends you a text message at 4:25 that says hello, as kind of as if you haven't responded. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And then at a couple seconds later, he tells you in exhibit 158, I'm on my way home. Do you see that?
I see that.
So he's letting you know that he's on his way home from work, continuing to communicate with you. Isn't it true that this is very normal conversation, right?
Yes.
And then a couple seconds later, he says, what are you up to? Do you see that?
Yes.
So he's done with work and he's going to be heading home and he's wondering what you're up to. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, he sends that at 4:25, but you don't actually read that message until 8:50, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then exhibit 160, he sends that at 4:51:27 from him to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And he's apologizing. Something happened and he says, sorry, I think I overreacted. It's all good, no worries. Do you see that?
I see that.
And when he has you identified in his phone, do you see that where it says Samantha LOML?
Yes, I see that.
And that means love of my life, right?
Yes.
A really affectionate way for him to refer to you.
Yes.
And in exhibit 161, he then follows up within the same couple seconds that whatever he was apologizing for, he didn't want to talk about that while you're with Johnny Boy. Do you see that in 161?
Yes.
And so the conversation that he wanted to have was just not something he wanted to talk with Johnny Boy around, right?
Correct.
Okay, then we get to exhibit 162. Let me back up. This message in 161 that he sent at 4:51, you didn't read that until 6:57, right?
Correct.
And you said during that afternoon you were smoking meth, right?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 162, he texts at 4:53, a little bit after him not wanting to talk about whatever the topic was with Johnny Boy. And he says, hey, on 162, hey, no worries, I ain't gonna touch his stuff, but I was gonna sit down and watch TV or whatever, and I see a bitch in front of me. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And bitch refers to what?
Paraphernalia.
And at that point in time, he had 4:53 had just gotten home, and at that point hadn't used anything, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then let me just look. That night you had, you said you were smoking meth that afternoon. You had Johnny Boy over. Does Johnny Boy also smoke meth?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had Chong over at some point, right?
Correct.
And Chong also smokes meth.
Correct.
And you then get this message on 165 that is dated or sent, I'm sorry, at 8:50. And this is when he's in the bedroom, right?
Correct.
And you're out with Chong at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at 8:50, you're out with Chong, you're smoking meth, right?
I think we were done smoking meth at that point.
Okay, well, you had just smoked meth with Chong, right?
Yes, we all did.
And then, meaning you and Chong, Joey's in the bedroom right now, right?
No, we smoked meth and then Joey went into the bedroom.
Okay. You see where it says, Samantha, you know this is hard enough, babe, and you tell me to go in the other room. While you sit out there with dude, my cravings are skyrocketing right now. Meaning at that point in time, he was having a drug craving, right?
Yeah, he wanted more.
I know I'm muting right here. This is important testimony, right? So this is the day of this happening. Chong, we got John, we got Samantha, we got everybody having this druggy party, right? But it appears from what I'm getting from this testimony, and y'all follow me, Joey he was just getting off work. I think he was practicing sobriety. She tells him, go on in the bedroom while she out there with the homies getting it off. And we're not just talking about, it sounded like it was all men that she was doing all of this with. We gonna have to probably, we got to get these timelines on these text messages together, because these text messages is giving us the timeline of how the day was going so sweet. It seemed like she was not off of these drugs, and it seemed like he was practicing sobriety and she was not. She told him to go on in the bedroom, you know, going in the bedroom. He texting her while she in the room, like, look, my cravings is getting high. You didn't just send me in the bedroom. Okay, we'll rewatch this. I want to get these timelines together. Okay, I'm gonna mute up. Sorry.
Okay. And then you send him a text message that Chong left at 8:51, right?
Yes.
And his response back to that was still exclamation mark, right?
Yes.
And then you told him that you were eating a bowl of ice cream, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that really ice cream, or was that a reference to doing drugs?
I think I really was eating ice cream.
Okay. Sometimes bowl references drugs, right?
Yes.
And so it's your testimony that was really ice cream.
Yes.
Okay. And in Exhibit 169, Joey's still sitting in the bedroom and he said, "You're sitting out there high." Do you see that?
Yes.
And you were high because you had just smoked meth, right?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 170, you said, "Should I not be?" Right?
Yes.
Like, should you not be high? Right?
Not be sitting in the living room is what I meant.
Okay. But his message to you in 169 was you're sitting out there high, right?
I don't know if he is referencing that I'm high or I'm sitting out there high, like, hello, pay attention to me.
Okay, but we know you're high, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 169. He knows you're high, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to a message at 8:52 that says, "I'll split if you split." Do you recall that message from him to you?
Yes, I do.
And splitting usually means splitting some drugs, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you then ask him split what, right?
Yes.
And he tells you you're an adult and that was referencing Exhibit 170 when he says, "Should I not be?" Or I'm sorry, when you say, "Should I not be?" Right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yep, sure. I think that was a bad question. So in Exhibit 170, he says, or you say to him, "Should I not be?" And he was referencing how you were sitting in the living room high, right?
Yes.
And then you respond back, "Should I not be?" at 8:52:05. Do you see that? On 170, I'm sorry, 170. There we go.
What was the question now?
Yes. So he said, or you send him a message at 8:52 that says, "Should I not be?" referencing the text about you sitting in the living room high, right?
Correct.
Okay. And his response to that in Exhibit 173 is, "Yes, you are an adult," right?
Yes.
And he said, "So is he," in Exhibit 174.
Yes.
Exhibit 175 has some question marks because he's wondering, you have question marks that you're sending him, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're asking him again, "Split what?" Right?
Yes. Yes, I wanted him to be specific.
In 176. And that's where he says in 177 and 178, because there's a little typo, so he kind of corrects it, is "a bowl for a bowl," right?
Correct.
And does that reference a bowl for a bowl of ice cream or a bowl for a bowl of meth?
A bowl of meth for a bowl of weed.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 180, you send him a message back that says "Savage" at 8:54, or I'm sorry, 8:53 on 180. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. So 8:53 is approximately an hour before, not even an hour. 8:53 is about 55-ish minutes before he's stabbed, right?
That is correct.
And up until that time, we have not seen any text messages here that these messages appear to be conversation between the two of you, you sitting in the living room and him sitting in the bedroom, right?
Yes. Yes.
And they're conversations that go back and forth. And then we don't have any messages at that point yet to Ba. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's look at Exhibit 184. So after those text messages, does Joey come out and use some meth with you in the living room?
That is correct.
Okay. And then when he uses that meth, do you see in Exhibit 184 the message that says, "Can I get that pee from you from Joey to Ba at 9:37?
Do I see that? Did you say?
Yes, on Exhibit 184.
Yes.
And he would need a clean urine screen ultimately if he has a drug test at work in the next couple days, right? That's why one would need to get pee, right? Clean pee?
Yes. that would be
Okay.
Correct.
And so he recognizes that he's used and he has this job, right?
Yes.
And he also knows that he needs to keep his job, right?
Yes.
And keeping his job requires that he have a clean urine sample if he gets tested at work, right?
Yes.
And that was at 9:37. That was at 9:37. Okay, sorry, I was just checking something. 1 minute. Just looking for one thing. My apologies. I just want to make sure that,
All right, well, you're looking for something, we can stand and stretch. I'll also introduce you to Christine, our court reporter for today. So appreciate we have another fill-in court reporter. She's got lots of young kids and stays off of trampolines herself, so she's not gonna have the same accident our other court reporter had. So let's stand and stretch for about a minute.
I'm ready.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's 9:09 a.m. and we'll continue with a cross-examination.
So Chong left approximately around 9 o'clock. Is that about accurate?
I'm not sure the exact time. I don't remember the,
Refresh, because
okay.
I think it's exhibit 166. So 8:51 says Chong just left, right?
Correct.
And prior to this, we aren't seeing any strange text messages on Joey's phone. They all seem to be conversational, right? That we've just looked at.
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you told Chong to leave because of Joey's behavior. And at that time, Joey was in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 8:51 to 9:37, that's the point in time after Chong left that the two of you were smoking meth together.
Yes.
Okay, and you had actually been using for quite some time at that point, right?
That is correct.
So at 9:37 with this text from Joey to Ba, we know that John and Christy walk up to the apartment and get there at about 9:46, right? So less than 10 minutes from when he sends this message, right?
Correct.
And so at that point in time, he hadn't, other than asking Ba for P, he hadn't gone anywhere to see Ba, right?
No,
And at that point in time, Ba hadn't even responded to him about whether or not he had clean urine, because that text message from Ba didn't come back until 9:56. Do you see that in the lower left-hand corner of Exhibit 184?
yes, ma'am.
So by then, Joey was already stabbed, so Joey never even would have seen Ba's message, right?
That is correct.
And you said that there had been a plan that Joey was maybe going to meet his Uncle John, right?
Yes,
And you told him that was a bad idea because of the state he was in, right? And you were worried about his custody hearing, right?
correct.
And you're worried about his custody hearing and seeing Uncle John, but you're also smoking meth with him, right?
Yes,
And then your testimony was that he had a call with his uncle and they called off their plans. Do you recall that?
vaguely, yes.
And if we look at Exhibit 181, that was when at 8:53 after Chong left that he called off his meeting up with his uncle. Do you see that at 8:53? The call answered to his uncle,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you see another message at 9:13 as well. And I believe that's when it was called off, right? At 180, I'm sorry, Exhibit 183 at July 18th of 2024 at 9:13. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
So between the time of Joey texting Ba that he needs to get clean urine at 9:37, your testimony is that you had been in the bathroom and you knocked over a shelf, right?
That is correct.
And that you stated that yesterday that Joey was accusing you of things at that point, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then you said that he had used the bathroom and accidentally closed the door on your hand, right?
That is correct.
And you said that you then retrieved your phone. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you said that Joey was talking about his mom. He was upset and emotional. And you thought he was in a cycle. Do you remember that?
yes, ma'am.
And then you said you've seen this in the past and you were concerned because it was common when he was off his meds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that at one point in time, you say that he's off his meds for about 24 hours and then you change it to 72 hours at some point, right?
I would be estimating, yes.
Okay, because you don't really know, right? I mean, 24 to 72 hours or 3 days.
I don't want to guess.
Okay. And so then after he's now going to the bathroom, right? When you retrieve your phone.
Yes,
And you said that you then went into the living room and you sat on the couch and called John Pfeffer. Do you recall that?
yes, I do.
And you said you called John Pfeffer 4 times. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you didn't want John to come over because you said it was not going to end well. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after calling John Pfeffer 4 times, it was your testimony that John never answered, right?
That is correct.
And then you also testified that you would often leave in the past, or you were going to have John pick you up and not come inside. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you call him 4 times. Joey comes out of the bathroom, and you said yesterday that after you placed those phone calls to John, Joey just kept going. So you told him to go into the kitchen and have pizza. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And he ate some of the pizza, right?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, there was some pizza on the counter, right?
Correct.
And he told you you told him to have some pizza, right?
But I don't know if he consumed it.
Okay. And you said that Joey went into the kitchen from the bathroom, right?
That is correct.
And you said he was talking about losing his job and he was concerned about things he had gone through as a child, right?
That is true.
And at this point, you said you knew he was going to get more crazy. And so you were going to leave and go to Jeff's. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And during this time period, it's happening for a few minutes, right?
That is correct.
And it's kind of going on for, do you say 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yes.
Okay. And this is all after you called John, right?
Yes.
So you called John, 5 or 10 minutes. He's having something that you talked to yesterday was either a manic episode or a psychotic episode. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
And in fact, do you recall having a conversation with your mom about that?
Yes, I do.
And when you had that conversation, are the two of you talking about what people should testify to at trial in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, what to tell people to say. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, we sequester people at trial so that people can only talk about what they specifically know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so telling people what to testify at trial would not be the right thing to do, right?
That is correct.
All right. I'd like to play that phone call with your mom. And I believe that phone call took place on April 24th of 2025, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. If I told you that's when it happened, does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point in time, trial dates were scheduled, right?
In April, yes.
Okay. We've had trial dates for quite some time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew your trial was coming up, right?
Yes.
And you knew that people would be testifying, right?
That is what I was told, yes.
And at this point in time, you had all of the police reports, all the videos, all the audios, all the discovery of the investigation, right?
Not all, but mostly. Yes.
Okay. There's been ongoing things. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. But you had really the bulk of all your tests, the bulk of all the investigation by that point to review, right?
Yeah, bulk of it.
And we've
So I'm just pausing right here. This is getting very important, right? Because she making up stuff. She's giving people through her mom. That's why when the judge ruled on this earlier, that was pretty significant, right? It does make her look bad. And listening at these timelines when all this stuff started occurring, I think that's why they charged her with this, is because the text messages and how things lined up. But we gonna go back and listen to it just so we can kind of point it down. Guys, if you're just listening in and lurking and hanging out, if you could please hit that like button for me, that would be so awesome, right? Get us out here in this Ethernet. Let's share the love, right? Don't treat me like a side chick. You can at least hit the like button for me. It's so free. I don't ask for much, but just a thumbs up. Oh, I got bars. I don't ask for much, just a thumbs up, right? Oh, bars on y'all early this morning, right? But it's going to be very important. I do want to go back and listen to her testimony at some point in time. And yeah, just for everybody that's listening in, because I know everybody don't be paying attention to the chat And I know how quickly we can just go in and do not hit the thumbs up. I'm guilty, but I do love it when somebody remind me. So cool, cool, cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead, and it looks like we're about to go into this recorded call that's probably gonna hurt her feelings. Y'all see her, y'all can slightly see her looking out the corner of her eye. She trying to read the jury. Yes. We definitely rapping. Right? So she looking out the side of her eyes, looking at the jury, like she looking out the corner of her eyes, even if she's not turning over there towards the jury, to kind of see their demeanor, I'm assuming, and what their facial expression is. She needs to start crying. She hasn't done the cry today. She needs to get it in, and get it in real quick. All right, let me go ahead and put us back in here. Once again, thank you to all the new people. Thank you to all the new members. Yeah, and if y'all can hit that thumbs up for me, I would truly appreciate it. Thank you.
We've had a number of different court hearings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're talking about the case and preparing for trial, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's listen to this call on April 24th of 2025 at 18:38. And for the record, it's on Exhibit 1 under Krebs Exhibit, Chad Riddle calls, and it's called Mania to Psychosis audio.
Go ahead, you can play that.
Mania, and I sent it to Pin, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it,
No,
and
I
now
didn't look it.
oh, anyway, it's really, really, you can get it from trauma. You can get it from using street drugs. You can get it from, oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes, and it's psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you are in court or pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if can you tell that to Knuckles? What did you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing, and then
And we played that in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
When your mom is talking in the first part of this call, right?
Yes.
And she's talking about kind of doing her own research between mania and psychosis, right?
Yeah, I think she did research and also from personal experience.
Okay. And she also talked to Pin, and that's Jeff Hayes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so she's talking to Jeff Hayes and she's doing some research. And prior to this, the only reference had ever been mania, right? As you talked about it.
Yes.
And now at this point in time with this conversation with your mom, you then start talking about how instead you're going to call it psychosis. Do you recall listening to that?
Yes, I do.
And that to tell Pin and to her that if they testify that they should also use the word psychosis. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that is you trying to impact what people testify about at trial, right? Because you said, have them testify to that, right?
I was just trying to find accuracy, yes.
No, let me ask that again and listen to the question. You're telling people to testify to something specific being psychosis in that call, right?
Yes.
And that doesn't require them to just say what they know. You're telling them what to say, correct?
Yes.
And your mom was talking to Jeff Hayes during this time about your case, right?
Yes.
And then she would relay things back to you, right?
Yes.
So during this 5-10 minute period where you've called John 4 times. He hasn't answered. You said your phone is in the living room with you at that time, right? When Joey's in the kitchen.
That is correct.
Okay. And this lasts for quite a period of time between the phone call and the last phone call to John and when Joey is acting manic or psychotic, has psychosis or mania or whatever you want to call it, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You're in the kitchen or you're in the living room
Okay.
and it's been like 10 minutes and Joey's having this either mania or psychosis episode, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Depending upon what you want to call it, right?
Right.
And you said that you don't know how to calm him down. And so you went into the you were sitting in the couch and you were going to put your sandals on. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said something came across, he threw something across the living room. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were on the couch when that happened and Joey was in the kitchen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that Joey said, if you left, Joey would kill himself. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said all of a sudden you went to leave and he had blood between his fingers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how long is this period of time from the last John Pfeffer call to when you're going to get ready and walk out the door?
If I had to guess, I would say 5-10 minutes,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
Okay. 5 to 10, but a period of time because all of this stuff had to happen with him acting crazy, right?
That is correct.
And him being by the pizza, right?
That is correct.
So you said you see the blood between his fingers and you say, oh my God, what did you do? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said he's running back and forth and you're not sure what he's doing. So you have him lay down.
That is correct.
And does he lay down nicely?
Yes.
Okay. So he lays down. You said that he grabs a paper towel and then you put pressure on it, right?
I grabbed the paper towel.
Okay. I thought you also testified yesterday that you put pressure on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you saw blood on his shirt. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recall testifying that his blood appeared to be gushing out of him, I think were your words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're applying pressure to try to help him at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your hands, they would be covered in blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he's on the ground and you can't see the wound, but you know this blood is gushing out, right?
Yes.
And you said at one point yesterday, you looked in the shirt and you opened up the hole of the shirt to kind of look in the wound. Do you remember that?
I don't know if I opened the shirt. I just kind of examined him. Yes.
Examine him just kind of from the outside without moving the shirt.
Yes.
And you heard Dr. Kelly's testimony about when something like this happens, people get faint, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they get dizzy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they lose consciousness, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they get pale when they lose that much blood when it's gushing out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was all happening to Joey at that time, right?
I don't know if he was dizzy.
Okay. But he's getting pale, his blood is gushing out, you have him on the floor. It looks really bad at that point, right?
Yes.
And then you said, all of a sudden, you hear the buzz door and you let John in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have to, like, on an apartment, you have to, like, buzz the door, the kind of a button on the wall, usually.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then you have to get up in order to let John in, right?
That is correct.
And so it's your testimony that you have no phone when you're there because your phone is still in the living room, right?
That would be correct. Yes.
And it's been in the living room for like the last 5 or 10 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you let John in, you buzz him in, and that's how he gets into your apartment.
Yes.
And Joey still has blood coming out of him.
I don't think it was coming out at that time because we had pressure on it. So I think the coming out stopped.
Okay, well, you got up though to open the door, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And so then you would have had to relieve the pressure to go back, right?
Yes.
And when you come back, then it's your testimony that at this point in time, you don't call 911, right? Because you don't have your phone, right?
Yes.
All right. But calling 911 was clearly what Joey needed at that moment, right?
Yes.
Because he had blood gushing out of him, right?
Right.
So then yesterday you said that you testified that you thought when John got there that you would be able to that John would be able to help you get to Joey to the hospital faster than calling 911. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you still didn't have a phone on you at this time?
No, I was applying pressure.
Okay. And your meth pipe, where was that?
I don't know where the meth pipe was.
Okay. Do you recall seeing a picture where it was bloody?
Yes.
Okay. So then once John comes in and you hit the button by the door, that's how this all happened, right?
That is correct.
As we're talking about.
Yes.
So then we're going to move on to 9:47 as John and Christy walk in. So it's been about, if we look at Exhibit 184, it's been less than 10 minutes since all of this happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when John comes in, you heard the recording where John says, "You stab, oh my fucking God, Sam," right? You remember that?
I don't think he finished his statement. I think he said stat and then just stopped.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. And then you said, "He's breathing. I don't think it went through an organ," right?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point in time, you didn't actually know if it went through an organ because it had been gushing blood, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, but that's what you said. And then you said, or I'm sorry, John says in that recording, "We need to call an ambulance." Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that time, immediately after, you say, "Hold on, it's just right here." Do you remember hearing that?
I remember saying go ahead and then after that saying that. Yes.
Okay, so first you say go ahead and then you say hold on, it's just right here.
Yes.
And then John asks you if you put everything away, remember?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said, "I have to get the fuck out of here." Do you remember saying that?
No.
And your voice is on the recording saying, "I have to get the fuck out of here," right? We heard that.
No.
We didn't hear that.
No.
Do we need to play that again?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I have to get this stuff in here. Keep them away from them. Joey, come on.
Do you hear that where you say, "I have to get the fuck out of here"?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that says that, right? That's your voice.
That is correct.
And then you say, "Keep them awake," right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you say, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife? And you said that, right?
That is correct.
And then John responds back to you, I don't fucking know, right?
Yes.
So in this message, we don't hear John walk in and say, oh my gosh, let's get him to the hospital, right? We don't hear you say that. Let's drive him, right? We don't hear you say that.
No.
Okay. And we don't say, oh my God, when he walks in, you don't say, oh my God, call 911 fast, right?
He said call 911, not me.
Right. But you don't say that, right?
No.
You don't, he doesn't walk in and you say, oh my gosh, help me, right? You don't say that, right?
No.
Instead, you say, he's breathing. I don't think it went through an organ. Hold on, it's just right here, right?
Yes.
And then after that, the sound goes blank at 9:47. And there's about 5 minutes before walking out of the apartment complex that you're in the apartment before you leave, right?
I'm not sure how long the time was.
Okay. Well, we saw video yesterday where you exit the apartment at somewhere at 9:52, right? So that's about 5 minutes after 9:47.
Correct.
So it takes you about 5 minutes then to get out of the apartment, right?
Right.
And while you're in the apartment for those 5 minutes, John is there, right?
That is correct.
And Christy is rendering aid to him, right?
Yes.
And 911 hasn't been called, right?
I thought he was on the phone with 911.
Well, you recall hearing that he was calling Jeff Hayes, right? You remember that?
That was after the fact.
You remember him calling Jeff Hayes when you were in the apartment?
No.
Okay. But when he is on the phone, he doesn't actually get a hold of anyone because they're really short calls, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's not giving directions and saying, here's the address to the apartment, or this is what's happening to him, or this is John Pfeffer. He's not saying anything about anything like that that would be consistent with a 911 call, right?
I wouldn't know. I ran to the bedroom.
Okay, so you ran to the bedroom to get some things, to get your drugs, right?
Correct.
Because right now the most important thing is to clear your apartment of drugs, right?
No.
Well, that's what you do, right?
That's what I do. But that's not the most important.
That's what you chose to do. So you chose to do what was the most important thing to you at the time,
At
right?
the time, yes.
Okay. And when you go to your bedroom, you could have just as easily walked into the living room, grabbed your phone and called 911, right?
Correct.
But you didn't, right?
No.
Because the most important thing was going to get the drugs in your bedroom before you left, right?
Correct.
And the most important thing is you having a conversation with John Pfeffer and being in that apartment for 5 minutes, right?
Right.
So while you're taking care of everything, you're taking care of everything related to you, and you're not taking care of anything related to the person who calls you the love of their life, right?
I don't agree with that. No.
Well, you weren't doing anything to help Joey at that point in time, right? You were getting your drugs and you weren't calling 911, right?
Well, I was getting the drugs out of his house so that he wouldn't get repercussions.
Okay, so the most important thing while he's bleeding out in the kitchen is that he not get in trouble for having some meth, right?
That was my thought, yes.
Okay. So the most important thing is that he's not in trouble for meth, but you're not worried about the fact he is bleeding out in the kitchen, right?
I didn't think he was bleeding out.
Well, you just testified that he was gushing with blood. Blood coming out of his chest, gushing. Gushing.
But we put pressure on it so that it stopped.
His chest is gushing with blood, Samantha. That is serious, is it not?
It is very serious.
Okay, and so it is very serious. And the first thing we're going to be concerned about is getting some meth out of the house versus taking care of the person who is bleeding out in the kitchen. That's your priority, right?
Yes.
And we heard Dr. Kelly talk about how he's faint. He's having a hard time breathing. He is
I'm
losing.
gonna object. That's a mischaracterization.
All right, well, I haven't heard the whole question yet, so let me hear the question, then I'll rule on the objection.
Sure. You heard Dr. Kelly talking about when somebody is stabbed like this, that they are getting dizzy, that their blood pressure is falling, that they're losing blood to such a degree that it does render them unconscious. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was after the fact. I didn't know
Well-
that at the time.
Well, you heard testimony that Christy Cleland said that he was unconscious and then he was conscious and then he was unconscious again, right?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm not a nurse.
Okay, you're not a nurse, but he's still gushing with blood from his chest, right?
Stop the blood from gushing.
Okay, let's just talk about where this injury is. You've seen this injury just below the left nipple, right?
Correct.
And that's where you saw the blood gushing, right?
At first, yes.
And you said that as it's gushing, if we think about, let me strike that and ask this. That location is consistent with where somebody's heart is, right? It's on the left side of your chest.
Yes.
And that's consistent where your lungs are, right?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how he had been bleeding at that point at least for 5 minutes, right? Because the stabbing happened before John and Christy walked in, right?
Correct.
And he is bleeding out. He'd been gushing. And then at some point, you also knew he was unconscious, right?
Yes, he seemed faint.
Okay, but he went unconscious, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Well, you said in that message with John, you said, keep him awake. And that's because he was losing consciousness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew, again, that this is not going well, right?
Right.
You got your phone, right, from the living room,
Correct.
and you got your drugs from your bedroom, right?
Correct.
And after talking to John, you walked out of the apartment, right?
Correct.
And no one prevented you from calling 911, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you have your phone, right?
Yes.
And you could have called 911, right?
I thought John was on the phone with 911.
Well, it's not uncommon that if there's an emergency, multiple people might call 911 if they want to make sure somebody gets help, right?
I don't know what's common.
Well, you could have called 911 as well, right?
That is correct.
And your fiance, the person you're supposed to marry, who says you are the love of his life, is bleeding out and dying on the kitchen floor, and you leave.
I didn't know he
You-
was dying.
Oh, Samantha, you talked about him being unconscious and having blood gushing from his chest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about how serious of a wound this was, right?
Yes.
And you talked about it being near the lungs and the heart, right?
I didn't know that it was.
Samantha, you knew where the location of the injury was, near his lungs and his heart, right?
Yes.
And you left the apartment and you never called 911, ever,
Correct.
ever. Did you?
I said correct.
And so you leave the person who says that you're the love of his life, and you had just set a wedding date, and that's for better or for worse, isn't it? Marriage.
Yes.
And the person that you're supposed to be committed to, right? And you walked out and left him on the kitchen floor to die.
I didn't know he was going
You-
to die.
You left him on the kitchen floor to die because that's what happened, isn't it?
That's what happened. Yes.
And you got in your Dodge Journey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the video, we see you pull out of the parking lot, turn onto the road, and then turn right and go to Jeff Hayes's apartment on Northland Avenue, right?
Correct.
In your vehicle with no license plate, right?
I had my temporary plates in the back.
Okay. And at that point in time, you had a visible vehicle identification number in the front, right?
Yes.
And you had decals on the back window, right? And we see you on the flock camera, right?
Yes.
And you drive down Northland, and it takes you about 8 minutes to get to John's, right?
Correct.
And
John or Jeff?
I'm sorry, Jeff.
All
It
right.
takes you about 8 minutes to get to Jeff's, right?
Correct.
Pause. If we're going to start talking about another location, this is a good time to take a break because I've had the court reporter going for about an hour and 40 minutes. So we'll take a break we'll take a 20-minute break till 10:05. So jurors can keep their notebooks in here and we'll get you back in here in about 20 minutes. Okay, we're on break till 10:05. We'll have everybody back at the tables at 10:05.
Okay, so while they're going on that break, yeah, Maddie, I'm starting to believe your theory. Sorry, I was on mute. I was just saying, Maddie, I'm starting to believe your theory. I don't know if you guys remember yesterday he came up and was it yesterday? Yesterday. It was one of these days. Days going so fast. He came up and he explained to us about the drugs, right? And where Joey, like what he would have been like, right? At the time, considering what amount of drugs that he had in his system. With everything, like we don't have a clear motive, right? Okay, so he said he just posted it to his channel, and that will explain his theory from yesterday. Do you want to come up and explain it, or you want me to? Yeah, motive is never needed. But I think that it kind of matches what Maddie was saying. In regards to his thought process on it. Play Maddie's video. Okay. What I got? Okay, let me see if I can get it. Is it just up under your name? Let me see. I got to figure out how to get it over there. Mm. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Okay, here, guys, I'm gonna add it. Share. Yeah, y'all definitely go over there and support Matty. I'm looking at, I know he had a channel. MattyFlexx. I gotta go over there and look and see what we got going on over there. You say don't put expectations on. Oh, you just be just doing stuff. That's okay. Okay.
This was a cover-up that went horribly wrong. Here's what really happened. Joey Carnot overdosed on a mix of his own prescription drugs and meth supplied by Samantha Krebs. He passed out, becoming completely unresponsive. Samantha believed Joey to be dead, which triggered her worst fear. She'd be sent back to prison for supplying the drugs that killed him. In a desperate panic, she decided to frame it as a suicide. She ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and stabbed Joey once in the chest, thinking he was already gone. This provided an alternate explanation for his death. Samantha believed if she told police he took his own life, she wouldn't bear any responsibility for it. But that's the thing, Joey Carnot wasn't dead. When friends Christy Cleland and John Pfeiffer arrived, they found Samantha straddling his body. He was still alive, but beyond any hope of survival. Shortly after, Samantha gathered all the drugs from the apartment and fled, trying to erase her connection. This wasn't a plan to kill, but a fatal attempt to hide the truth. Samantha Krebs wasn't trying to murder Joey Carnot. This was a cover-up.
So y'all hear it? Would y'all like for me to replay it? I can drop the link. Oh, that's probably just going to the short. Sorry. Wait a minute. Let me see. Because I just subbed to it. I don't know how to do this. Y'all know I'll be so confused. Let me see. Oh, sorry. Let me get it. That's directly to the short, guys. But you can, if you click on that, you could sub right off of the short. Just so y'all know. But let me get it. Here y'all go. Okay, now this is directly to the channel. So do y'all want me to replay it, or let's see here. We got TiVo time. Thank you so much for that, Maddie. And I'll also put his link in the description box, guys, in case y'all don't catch it in the chat. Let me go do it now because I will forget when I'm doing this. So let me do it now. While I still have the link copied. Okay, so that is done. I don't know, SD. You like hearing the clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack. All right, let's see what our judge got. I'm pretty sure he got some long, drawn out intro.
Are you gonna need a backup bottle of water? Or are you gonna be okay?
In a little while, maybe.
All right, Tony, can you grab an extra bottle of water and just, so Ms. Krebs can keep it under her desk?
Thank you.
All right, and as I said, we're back on the record. Anything from a legal standpoint before we continue with the cross-examination? Ms. Rock? Okay, all right, we'll get the jury in. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back on the record in State versus Krebs. We had our first morning break. It's about 10:06 a.m. So we'll continue with the cross-examination of Samantha Krebs by District Attorney Melinda Templis. Go ahead, Ms. Templis.
Thank you. All right, so Samantha, before the break, we were talking about how you're about to turn on to Northland Avenue and head towards Jeff Hayes's apartment, which takes about 8 minutes, right?
Right.
And during that time, when you're driving in your Dodge Journey, there's 8 minutes that you could have called 911, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't, but you do make some other phone calls, right?
Yes.
So let's look at Exhibit 126. So 126 is a phone extraction. And if we look on the second to last column with words in it, we see where it says from Samantha Krebs to Jeff Hayes. And there is a phone call on July 18th, 2024 at 9:53. So that was about the time that you were already driving down Northland headed towards Meade, right?
Right.
And you said in testimony that you called Jeff Hayes to let him know that you were on your way, right?
Right.
And you didn't want to just pop in on him, right?
Right.
And so you were trying to be courteous and call and let him know you were on your way, right?
Yes.
And you talked to him for about 44 seconds. Do you see that on the upper right column where it says 44 seconds? Or 4400?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you call and let him know that you're on your way, but you don't call 911, right?
Right.
And then in Exhibit 43, we see you driving through Northland and Mason at about 21:57. So you're getting a little closer to Jeff Hayes's, right?
Right.
And then you saw yesterday the video of the surveillance at Veterans Village of that entryway where we see you drive in, right?
Right.
And when you drive in, you're on the phone at that time, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that you, at that point, attempt to make two different phone calls. If we look at Exhibit 185, that you attempt to contact Joey, right?
Does it say Joey?
Well, this is you calling Joey, and this is a missed call on his phone, right?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Because we don't have your phone because your phone got wiped, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have to rely on Joey's phone. So in Exhibit 185, you attempt to call Joey at 10 o'clock just as you're arriving at John Pfeffer's, right? Or I'm
Right.
sorry, Jeff Hayes's.
Right.
And he doesn't answer because he is laying in the kitchen fighting for his life and bleeding out at this point, right?
Right.
And then you try to call him after you call at 10:00:32 on Exhibit 185. You try again at 10:01:04. Do you see that in Exhibit 186?
Yes, I do.
And you know that he is in no way going to be able to answer the call himself, right?
I don't know that for sure.
Well, he was unconscious, bleeding out on the linoleum after he was gushing blood. Do you remember that?
He fainted briefly, but he wasn't unconscious when I left.
Okay, but in the phone call or the audio call that we have, you're saying that they need to try to keep him awake because he was losing consciousness, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, it's at least 10 to 15 minutes. Let me just make sure I'm right. It's at least almost 10 minutes from when John Pfeffer walked in. So Joey's been bleeding out now for more than 10 minutes, right?
Correct.
And as you're making these calls, the first version of your story about that night is that you were at a friend's house that night and weren't even at his house or at the apartment with Joey, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. One of the first versions of your story is that you were at a friend's house and you weren't even there when it happened, right?
Correct.
So you calling Joey would be a way to try to cover up the fact that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's house and just checking in on him, right?
I guess that could be a theory.
Well, your story at this point was that you weren't there, right?
I didn't speak to the police till after that and said that though.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, let's go back to Exhibit 119. So at 119, this is a conversation you're having with Peyton, Joey's cousin, right?
At what time?
That night. And it's probably going to be a little difficult to see, but if we can grab Exhibit 119, I'll put it in front of you.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, this is a conversation that you were having with Peyton, Joey's cousin, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you see the timestamp of 10:14 when you say Joey was acting all manic, so I haven't been there, right?
Correct.
And then you see another one at 10:14 saying he was talking all crazy. Call me, I'm at my friend's house or at my friend's, right?
Right.
And then at 10:15, you say, I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house, right?
Correct.
So this version of your story was that you were at a friend's house and you weren't even there when he got stabbed, right?
Correct.
So if we go back to those phone calls when you're calling Joey at 10 and 10:01, which is Exhibit 185 and 186, you're starting to have this story that you weren't even there when it happened, right?
I don't want to guess.
Okay, well, you know because you were there. So
No, I was there. Yes.
this is a phone call from you and you're calling Joey, right?
Correct.
And we know that the story that you have is that you're not there, right?
Correct.
And so if you are following along the lines of the story that you are at a friend's house when this happens, you're not with Joey, right?
Correct.
So if you try to call Joey around 10 o'clock when he's bleeding out, that would be like setting up an alibi to say that you weren't there and that you were trying to reach him, right?
I don't know if that was my intentions.
Okay. Well, 15 minutes later, when we look at Exhibit 119, that's when you're starting the story that you're at your friend's house and that you weren't at the apartment, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And in fact, you continue this storyline that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's house, right?
Right.
And you continue to tell other people that, right?
Right.
And that is a flat out lie, right?
Right.
And then when we're talking about you driving in, you call Jeff Hayes to let him know that you're on your way, so you're not rude and just show up. And Joey's bleeding out in the kitchen, but you never call Joey's mom to tell her that he's having a major medical incident and that he has a stab wound and gushing blood, right? You don't call her.
No.
And no.
No.
And you don't call the mother of his child to let her know that her child's dad is bleeding out in your apartment, right?
She made it clear my number was blocked.
Okay, well, you could have called from Joey's phone or your phone, right? You had the ability to make a phone call. Yes?
Yes.
You don't call anybody in Joey's family. You don't call his sister, right?
I don't have a sister's number.
Okay. But you don't call any of his family members or try to call any of his family members, right?
No.
Right, when you say no, are you agreeing with her statement or?
You didn't try calling anyone, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you went to Jeff Hayes's, which we know, and you know from the messages that you had with him in April that he's in love with you, right?
Love, I don't know. I knew he had feelings for me, yes.
Sexual feelings for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at Exhibit 138, that conversation is about him saying that he thinks the two of you have to acknowledge that there's something between you, right?
Yes.
All right. And on April 20th of 2024 on Exhibit 139, he says the connection we share and the bond between grew much stronger today, I think. I noticed it like there was a chemical change in the pheromones we both emit. Do you see that? Yes?
Yes.
And that day, the two of you had been together and you spent a lot of time with him, right?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 140, he talks about how it's not an issue, but it generally could, not an issue, but potentially could complicate things. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in fact, you're engaged at this point to marry Joey, right?
Yes.
And then on Exhibit 141, you says, I know that we are great friends, but never anything more on my end. We're too much alike, right?
Correct.
He goes on in Exhibit 142 to talk about how alike you are and how good of a thing that is. And it's rare for him to find someone who he hits it off with right away, right?
Right.
And he talks about in Exhibit 143 how he made an observation that it would have been natural and comfortable, good and right, for him to easily have pulled you in and been affectionate with you. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then in Exhibit 144, he talks about how he wouldn't have acted upon them, but he says it's wholly fucking inappropriate, right?
Right.
And that would be inappropriate because you're engaged to someone else at that time, right?
Correct.
And then in Exhibit 145, he's texting you and he says he felt like something he could have been done. He felt that it could be reciprocated. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that instead of getting a full-on slap across the face, it would have been welcome, basically. Do you see how he talks about that?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 146, he says, I guess we're just gonna have to keep it purely sexual, no biggie. Do you see that?
Yes.
So sometimes there's relationships where it's just sexual and not an actual relationship, right?
Yes.
And that's what he's referring to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then on Exhibit 147, we see a conversation a few weeks later on May 9th where he talks about how he's making dinner. So you and Jeff were going to have dinner together, right?
That was his plans.
Okay. And he went to in Exhibit 147 great extent to make quite the meal, I would say. Is that fair?
Yes, he was a chef.
Okay. And so he outlined lots of different food that he was going to make, including having red wine and white wine and dessert cordials, port wine. And he was really going all out for this meal, right?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 148, you say, for me and Joey or me and you? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then in Exhibit 149, he says, let's think about this, Sammy, shall we? Do you honestly think that I would want to put that much energy, effort, and expertise into making dinner like this for Joey? No offense, but I'd be more than happy to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off. Do you see that?
I see that.
So he is planning to make this meal with whatever plans you guys have just for the two of you, right?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
And this is more of a date meal than it is getting together for a barbecue with friends, right?
Yes.
And he's only talking about it being the two of you, right?
Correct.
And this is a couple weeks after he talks about keeping things sexual, right?
I think he was being sarcastic.
But that's what he said, right?
That's what he said, yes.
And certainly the way he presents 149 isn't very kind to Joey, right?
No.
No. And in fact, you had said before that Jeff Hayes was a friend of Joey's, right? Yes. And in this particular message, he's basically coming on to Joey's fiance and basically talking about how he's just going to make him a peanut butter jelly sandwich, right?
Yeah.
And that's not how friends are, right?
Correct.
And you knew on July 18th, just a couple months after this, you knew July 18th that if you went to Jeff's house, he would help you no matter what, right? He would help you.
Yes.
I mean, that's why you went to his house, right?
I went to his house because he's an advocate, Joey's mental health.
So the person that you just left laying bleeding out on the kitchen, you go to his advocate and the one who wants to have a relationship with you. That's what you want. That's where you went, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you go there, not because of Joey, but because you know that you can trust Jeff, right?
Yes.
And you go there because you know Jeff will help you, right?
Can you be more specific with help?
He'll let you stay there.
Yes.
He'll let, even if you make a terrible decision, he's still going to be there to help you out, right?
I can hope so.
Well, he does, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he meets you outside of the apartment complex, right?
Correct.
And you saw video of you walking up kind of that sidewalk by the smoke shack, right?
Yes.
And you see him standing there talking with you, right?
That is correct.
And he doesn't embrace you right away, but he's in deep conversation with you on that video, right?
Correct.
And then within minutes of you getting to Veterans Village, you have this conversation we talked about previously with Joey's cousin saying that you weren't there and that you were at a friend's, right?
Right.
And then at 10:20, you recall watching a video from an Appleton Police Department body camera where John Pfeffer is being walked down the stairs of the apartment and gets to the door, and you're calling him and he gets on the phone with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he was telling you that the police were there and Joey has a stab wound, and gives you kind of the basics at that point, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, that conversation is acting like you had no idea and you weren't there. True?
True.
And that's false, right?
False.
It's a lie, right?
Yes.
And then a little bit later at 10:20, you call John back again, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, John hands the phone to a police officer, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you know you're talking to a police officer, right?
Correct.
And in that video that we watched, that's you talking to him on the phone, right?
Correct.
And during that phone call, you told Officer Felmer that you left a couple hours ago, right?
Correct.
And that's a lie.
Correct.
And then you asked Officer Felmer if Joey was okay, right?
Yes.
And you knew when you left, yes,
Sorry.
that's okay. And you knew when you left that he wasn't okay, right?
Correct.
And you then asked if he took something, right?
That is right.
And you know at that time that the reason why he wasn't okay was that he had a stab wound that had gushed blood, right?
Correct.
And so you testified yesterday that you were just trying to be cryptic with the cop to tell him in case like Joey took something and they were going to try to give him an opiate or something to overcome an opiate. Do you remember that? Yesterday
Can
when
you rephrase the question?
Sure. Yesterday when you were testifying, you said that you wanted to let them know without telling them that he might have taken something and you were trying to be cryptic with them. Do you remember that?
I don't understand what you mean by cryptic.
Well, I don't either, but that's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
I used the word cryptic.
I thought so. Let's rephrase it this way. When you were talking to Officer Felmer, you said you asked if Joey took something. Do you remember saying that in the phone call?
Yes.
And yesterday when you testified that you wondered if he maybe took something and you wanted there to be medical care in case he overdosed. Do you remember that in terms of what they treated him with?
I remember talking about the opiate blocker in case he needed pain meds. Yes.
Right. And so you said yesterday that you were thinking about the opiate blocker. And so you wanted to ask the officer if he took something because you were trying to get them to understand that maybe that could be it. Do you remember that?
I think I said rhetorical. I asked him a rhetorical question.
No, I don't recall that. I think you were talking about how you were trying to make sure that he could get some help if in fact he needed an opiate blocker. Do you remember that?
Not
Okay.
exactly.
Well, at this point in time, when you're talking to Officer Felmer, this would be a really good opportunity to be able to tell him exactly what happened to Joey, right?
Yes.
And you didn't take that opportunity, right?
Correct.
And you would certainly want Joey's best medical interest taken to heart and at the forefront of everybody's mind at that point, right?
Yes.
And yet you didn't provide any of the information that would have been helpful, right?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, during that call, you hear an audible gasp. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you said that you thought that Officer Felmer said his lung collapsed.
Correct.
Okay. We did not hear that on the phone, right?
No.
Okay. And so now, in addition to seeing the gushing blood, and in addition to seeing him laying on the kitchen floor and bleeding out, you're now concerned that he also has a collapsed lung because that's what you heard, right?
Correct.
And that would make it even more serious, right?
Correct.
Because in the original audio with John Pfeffer, you say it didn't hit an organ, right?
Correct.
And so finding out that now his lung collapsed would make it even more serious than it already was, right?
Yeah, yes.
And then so let me kind of go back to that. So now when we combine the stabbing with the blood and him laying on the floor and having periods of unconsciousness, and now potentially you thinking that he had a collapsed lung, that would certainly be a matter of life or death, right?
Yes.
And then you testified that you were trying to call the hospitals to get information and couldn't, right?
Correct.
But you had been on the phone with Officer Felmer, and he talked to you about the importance of coming back so that you could talk to him and you would be able to be with Joey, right?
Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. Officer Felmer asks you to come back, right?
Correct.
If you came back, you would be able to be at Joey's side, right?
I didn't know where Joey was at that point. If he had been taken in the ambulance, if he was still at home, I didn't know.
Officer Felmer told you in the call that he was still there and not to go to the hospital, right? Do you remember that?
He told me not to go to the hospital, correct?
Right. And he said that Joey was in the apartment and he didn't know his current medical situation. Do you recall that?
I don't know if he said he was still in the apartment. I think he said that he was in a critical medical state, yes.
Okay, so if your fiance is in a critical medical state and you're going with the story that you haven't been there, then you could have come back and been with Joey if he would have needed medical care, right? To go to the hospital with him.
If he was still there, yes.
Okay, and Officer Felmer asks you to come back because he confirms you're his fiance, right?
Correct.
And he talks to you about how serious it is, right?
Yes.
And you think it's serious because of the gushing blood and now a collapsed lung, right? And your response back is that you're not able to come back and have police contact because you're on probation, right?
That is also correct.
And you know in your probation rules that it says that you can have police contact, but you have to report it in 72 hours, correct?
Correct.
And you know that, right? Yes. And so you could come back, you could.
Hold on. I apologize for the mic, but some of her answers are muted. So if you give her a chance to say it a second time so it projects. So.
Certainly.
Okay, go ahead.
So you know that you can have police contact, right?
Yes.
And you could then call your probation agent and tell them that you had police contact, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, Joey's life is hanging in the balance, right?
Correct.
And you're engaged, right?
Yes.
And you say that you love him, right?
Yes.
And you don't choose to come back, right?
Right.
In fact, you have a car, so you could come back, correct?
Correct.
And you say you have to check with your friends to see if you can get a ride back, right?
I said I needed to check with my friends if they would give me a ride back, yes.
But you had a car, so you had the ability to drive yourself anywhere at that point, right?
Yeah.
In fact, it was parked at Jeff Hayes's parking lot, right?
Correct.
So when Joey's life, the guy that you're engaged to, his life is hanging in the balance, and law enforcement is telling you that you should come back because things aren't good, you still choose not to come back, right?
Correct.
And you said your concern was that you had meth in your system, right?
That was one of them, yes.
And you're concerned that once you report that you do have this contact with law enforcement, eventually you'd have to probably do a urine test for probation, right?
Correct.
And you're going to come up dirty, right?
Correct.
Because you've been using meth, right?
Correct.
And that has its own consequences, right?
Correct.
So You don't come back, and your concern while his life is hanging in the balance is still about you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we saw a video of Jeff Hayes leaving the apartment a little while after you left. Do you remember that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You remember seeing video where after you get to the apartment, you come out in some different shorts. Do you remember that?
Different than what I arrived in?
Yes.
Yes.
And Jeff Hayes leaves kind of shortly after that. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall watching the video where he pulls away and he was gone for a period of time?
Yes.
In fact, during that time, in that evening, were they getting updates about driving by the scene to see what was going on?
That I'm not sure of.
Do you remember that on Jeff's phone that they downloaded the scanner?
I didn't know that he did that, no.
Okay. So let's get to the next thing. If we could look at exhibit number 135 and talk a little bit more about Officer Felmer's phone call. So you talk about it being you talking to Officer Felmer, and you were really pretty good friends with Missy Kane around July of 24, right?
Correct.
And at approximately 11:59 on July 22nd, you and Missy are having a text conversation on Jeff Hayes's phone, right?
Correct.
Because you were using Jeff Hayes' phone after July 19th when John Pfeffer took your phone, right?
That is correct.
And on exhibit 135, you're texting, right, I did talk on the phone to a cop that night, though I was in shock, didn't even know who I was talking to. I thought JP, and that goes into 136. Do you see that?
That is correct.
In fact, that's not true, right? Because you knew you were talking to a police officer, right?
I found out later when I received the evidence that I had a phone call with a police officer, yes.
So you didn't know when you were talking to Officer Felmer that he was a police officer?
He stated that he was a police officer, but at the time, I must have been confused.
Okay, well, we just talked about a whole conversation that you had with Officer Felmer, right?
Yes.
And that conversation was you making specific comments about very specific things during that call, right?
That is correct.
And you specifically told Officer Felmer that you weren't there, right? And that was a lie.
Correct.
And that was a lie, right?
That was yes.
And you're covering up the fact that you were there, right?
Yes.
And during that conversation, you make very specific points in time to say things to Officer Felmer that are choiceful for you, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay. Like this, did he take something, right?
Yes.
Like, should I go to the hospital, right?
Oh, that was true.
And that was all very active conversation that you were having with him, right?
Yes.
And now you're saying when you were talking to Missy that you didn't know that you were talking to a police officer. Do you remember that?
At the time, I was under the influence and I didn't really recall what was going on. It was all so hectic.
Okay, well, let's get to exhibit 137. In 137, you said, they can't prove that was even me on the phone, though. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And so you're talking about whether or not we can prove that that was you, and you didn't think that we could, right?
Correct.
So that is you continuing to try to cover up information, or figure out what your story is going to be, right?
Correct.
This point in time, July, you're 38 years old, right?
Correct.
And you have complete control over your own life as a 38-year-old woman, right?
Yes.
You make the choices about what you are going to do with your day every day, right?
Correct.
And you aren't responsible to a particular another adult, right? It's just you making decisions for yourself.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, you don't have at this point like a parent who's telling you what to do, right?
That's correct.
And you're 38, so you get to make your own choices in life, right?
Correct.
So about a half an hour has passed since you left the apartment, and you heard testimony that all life-saving attempts for Joey ended at 10:29, right?
Yes, I heard that, yes.
And he's now dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have already for over a half an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, been trying to cover up your involvement at Joey's apartment, correct?
Correct.
At 11:46, you saw photos that you were in new shorts, right?
That is correct.
And we have no idea where your shorts went, correct? They're gone.
I didn't know that, no.
Well, we don't know where they are, right?
Okay.
As we sit here today?
You're telling me yes.
Well, do you know where your pink shorts are?
Last of my recollection, they were in the dirty clothes hamper at Jeff Hayes's.
Okay. So you think that's the last place they went?
Yes.
So right now, today, you don't know where they are.
No.
And it's your testimony you didn't know anything about downloading the scanner page on Jeff's phone.
Correct.
And you were using Jeff's phone all weekend, correct?
Yes.
And you saw video of Jeff Hayes going outside to your car with a Little Caesars pizza box, right?
I saw video, you said? Yes.
And you saw that you come outside, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you also have a different shirt on, right?
Yes.
So now you have different shirt and different shorts, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know where your shirt is today either, right?
Last of my recollection, it was in the dirty hamper.
But we don't know where it is today,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Well, do you know where it is today?
No.
Okay. That's why I just answered the question that I asked, because it's specific. So you see video at 1:12, just a couple hours after you get to Jeff Hayes's, and you see Jeff come back from your car with a Little Caesars box, and you saw the video of the two of you standing in the smoke shack with him with the Little Caesars pizza box, right?
That is correct.
And you see him standing there talking to you.
Yes.
And you see him do a motion of kind of like pushing something in. Do you see that motion on the video?
I do.
Okay. And he's talking to you, right?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that if we are going to try to hide your VIN, we'd have to make that kind of same motion to push something in there to cover it up, right?
I personally don't know where a VIN is on a car.
Okay. Well, you saw pictures that it's right in front of the driver's side, right?
Yes, I did.
And it's way down there, right?
Yes.
And so in order for you to have anybody to cover it up, you'd have to kind of push it down in there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you see Jeff Hayes doing that and talking to you, right?
Yes.
And then you saw a video where Jeff Hayes takes it out to the pizza box out to the dumpster, right?
Yes.
And you see how that pizza box cardboard matches what was ultimately found hiding your VIN number on your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Now then we get to the next morning at 8:51, and You sent Joey a text, baby, what's going on? Let me see if I can find it. It's exhibit 187. Actually, can I go back to 94 just to confirm? Exhibit 94. Do you see that on the screen where you're standing there when Jeff's talking to you with the Little Caesars pizza box in the smoke shack?
I can't really see where I am.
We'll dim the lights. With her, yeah, but let the jury see it with the lights.
So exhibit 94. If you look at this exhibit, this is the same exhibit of what you're looking at on the stand or on the screens, right?
Yes.
And you see yourself there standing kind of by some seating, right?
I can't see it in this picture. It's black.
Can you please turn on the light just so she can see? All right. Do you see yourself with your arms kind of crossed?
Not really.
Okay. Do you have memory of you and Jeff Hayes outside in the smoke shack talking with that pizza box?
I remember seeing the video, but on this picture, I can't tell.
Okay, but do you recall in the video seeing you walk out there underneath the smoke shack?
Yes.
Okay. So that's you then, right?
Correct.
All right. So then we're going to move to 187. And 187 is July 19th at 8:51. And this is a text message from you to Joey. And it says, baby, what's going on? What happened? I love you, ... Let me know what's up ASAP. Or are you at work, ... 3 question marks. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you sent, yes.
Yes.
And you see that at 8:51?
Is that AM?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Says 7/19/2024, 8:51:04 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was you sending a message to Joey, asking him what's going on, and maybe he's at work, right?
Correct.
And let's just reflect again. The last you knew, Joey was on the floor in the kitchen.
Correct.
He had gushed blood with you.
Correct.
He was in and out of consciousness.
Correct.
He did not look good. Correct?
Correct.
Sorry, I think it's.
Correct.
And you had a call with Officer Felmer where you thought he said Joey's lung collapsed.
Correct.
And so then hours later, you're wondering if he's at work, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at this point in time, your whole story is that you weren't there that night, right?
Correct.
So this message is actually to pretend like you don't know what's all happening, correct?
No.
Well, he certainly was in a dire medical state the last you knew, right?
Yes, but I didn't know if he got help.
Well, he was in a pretty dire medical state, right?
Correct.
And the best case scenario is he's definitely not at work, right?
Correct.
And so at this point in time, you're trying to create a story that you're not even there, right?
Yes.
And this text would be consistent with you not knowing anything, right?
Correct.
Which in fact is not true, correct?
That is correct.
And another lie, correct?
Correct.
And so you're at this point just continuing to build your alibi to say that you weren't at the apartment that night, right?
Correct.
And you're still focused on yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk about 10:55 when John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland come. And at that time, when they arrive on July 19th at 10:55, you learn that they had been at the Appleton Police Department all night being interviewed, right?
Yes.
And you learn that they did not tell investigators that he fell on a knife, right?
Yes.
And you needed a new story because the he fell on a knife wasn't going to be a story anymore, correct?
I remember telling them before I left that he had stabbed himself.
Well, the audio from John Pfeffer's phone says, tell them he fell on a knife in your voice. Do you remember that?
That was the first thing I said, yes.
Okay. And you said that, and then that next morning you learned that the fell on the knife really wasn't going to work, right?
No, I knew before I left that he should say that he stabbed himself.
Okay, but we don't hear that at all, right?
John testified it?
No, we didn't hear that you said that he stabbed himself from John, right?
I thought we did.
Okay, well, let's talk about that set of facts, okay?
Okay.
So you said yesterday that if he stabbed himself, you wouldn't want him to get put on like a mental health hold, right?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that, at least from your perspective, that he had a lot of mental health issues happening at this time, right?
That is correct.
And so, being the very concerned fiance that you are, you would want him to get help for his mental health, right?
Yes.
And if he stabbed himself, he really needs to get mental health help, right?
That is correct.
And you really would have wanted to make sure that that was the priority, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do that, did you?
Like I said, the first time I
You,
said,
Sam, just answer my question. You did not share anything with anybody. Let me ask it this way. You did not call 911 and say he stabbed himself and tried to kill himself, right?
no,
And you didn't try to get him help right away if in fact he stabbed himself, right?
I don't agree with that. No.
Well, you didn't call for help, right?
I thought John was calling for help.
I didn't ask that question. I said you didn't call,
No,
correct?
I didn't.
And in your story, in what we know, where you say that Joey stabbed himself, that happened before John walked in, right?
Correct.
Now, in this time, if we go back to Christy and John, they're in the apartment for about 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay, and John Hayes leaves about 20 minutes into that. Does that sound about right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, we saw a video of John Hayes, or I'm sorry, this is my error. John and Christy were upstairs for about 45 minutes, right?
I learned that later, yes. I didn't know that that
Okay.
day.
Okay. And you see Jeff Hayes leave about 20 minutes into that 45 minutes, right?
Jeff Hayes?
Yes,
leaving?
you saw him exit the apartment and go by his car when John and Christy were still in the apartment, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Jeff Hayes's apartment is really small, right?
Yes.
In fact, it's like an efficiency.
Yes.
And the bed is in the same room where the kitchen is,
No. No, the bedroom is separate from the kitchen.
but all in kind of one big general room, right?
No.
Okay, so it's a one-bedroom apartment?
Yes.
Okay, we heard earlier that it was an efficiency.
You walk in and there's the kitchen and then you walk through a door and then that's his bedroom.
Okay,
And the bathroom's connected, so.
okay. So there's about a 25-minute period where John and Christy are upstairs in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And during that time is when John Hayes gets your phone, where you give it to him, right?
Right, you've used the phrase John Hayes several times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
My error.
confused.
I'll re-ask the question. Let me re-ask the question. That's
Okay.
my error. So you said that when you're in, I'm sorry, that John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland are in the apartment for about 45 minutes, right?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that you gave John Pfeffer your phone, right?
Correct.
And that was when you were up in the apartment as well.
Correct.
And they're up there with you for about 25 minutes after Jeff Hayes leaves the apartment, right?
Correct.
So the only 3 people in the apartment for about 25 minutes are you, John Pfeffer, and Christy Cleland, right?
That is correct.
And those are also the 3 people that were in the apartment last before law enforcement arrived and before you left the night before with Joey, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were worried about what was on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had a conversation with your friend. What was your friend Brittany's last name?
Durant.
Okay, thank you. So not Brittany Hippis, right?
No.
So Brittany Durant, a friend of yours, right?
Yes.
And do you remember you had a conversation about there being evidence of threatening to stab Joey on your phone?
No.
Okay. We listened to a call that you had with Brittany where you talked about previously having threatened to stab, or let me say this. In this phone call, there's a call where you said, who hasn't threatened to stab their boyfriend? Do you remember?
Yes.
And then you laughed, right?
Yes.
In fact, cackled might be a right word, right? Like a pretty good laugh.
Yes.
Okay. And this was after Joey was dead, right?
Correct.
And it was after you knew that he was stabbed to death, right?
Yes.
And this was funny to you because you laughed, right?
Yes.
And you heard testimony that you had threatened to stab Joey previously, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you had threatened to stab Joey previously, hadn't you?
I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know if you ever threatened to stab your boyfriend?
No, I don't want to guess.
Okay. Well, we heard testimony that 2 people have heard that you have threatened to stab Joey, right?
Yes.
And that's true, right?
No.
You never threatened to stab Joey before.
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So you give your phone to John Pfeffer, and then you continue, or then over the course of the weekend, you're using Jeff Hayes's phone, as we've talked about, right?
That is correct.
And then on July 20th at 12:30 a.m., so just kind of Friday right into the very early morning hours of Saturday, John Pfeffer sends you via Jeff Hayes a text that your phone is gone permanently, right?
Yes.
Now, Exhibit 146 said that Jeff Hayes was talking about having this sexual relationship with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in fact, later on, on August 23rd, do you have a phone call with Jeff that is an extremely sexual phone call with him?
Objection, Judge.
All right, we'll take a sidebar and visit on that. The jurors can stand and stretch, and I'll visit with the attorneys.
Well, that must have been a bad area. Yeah, this is not going that great. I think she needed to do. She didn't listen because she's supposed to like cry a little bit. She didn't have to be like uncontrollable at this point in time, but I did need her to like show some emotion even when she's being on cross. Gosh. Yeah, they typically do that, Maddie. That's how you keep prior bad acts from coming in. Yeah, wow. I mean, I think she owning up to everything that she told a story about. I really don't think much that she's contradicting. Like, if she said it, she said it. If she lied about it, she lied about it. But what concerns me is that all the people that she thought that were going to be able to testify on her behalf, she has kind of like damaged. I don't think they can call any of them because she has damaged their credibility before they even take the stand. Like, John, of course, he was called because he's also facing charges. Jeff, her booth, the one that she kind of wanted him, she was relaying information from her mom to him to say. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that she's probably getting any sympathy from the jury. But we can see what redirect does. Now, if she started back crying when they get on redirect, then I'm gonna be upset because that is not part of the game. You're supposed to be crying on both direct and redirect. Like, you're supposed to be crying the whole time. You're supposed to have periods of this cry festival. She definitely did listen. I thought she listened. Yesterday she did pretty good. I mean, with the whole, blowing her nose and her shirt, all that stuff. Like, that was excellent work. And now she up here, holding her own because I guess she on cross, but I don't think she should do that. Hey, Drunky, how are you? I don't know. I don't know if they offered her one. You think they offered her one? I don't know if they offered her a plea deal. She says she all cried out. No, she was supposed to find some more tears, Pretty Brown, from deep down in her soul. She's supposed to think about how her life is over, whatever she needed to do to muster up that last bit of emotion to make it through this cross. And like, I do think the cross is doing a good job of bringing out all these things that normal people in situations would have done. But if y'all recall from our video that we watched with Maddie, right, that Maddie provided to us, I mean, it kind of makes sense why she didn't want to do it, but it just gave herself a deeper hole to dig herself out. Just a different hole to get herself out of it. So, yeah. Yeah, Baka, I think that she will cry on redirect. She better cry. She should have been crying, but whatever. I don't know if she was offered a plea or not. Let's see. Let me see. I'm trying to see if oh. I don't know if they asked her for, if they I don't see anything in regards to a plea deal, but I don't think they did offer her a plea. I mean, she was on a cash bond set for $1 million. I don't think they offer plea deals for people that got a bond that high. Right? Yeah, her it was a cash bond for $1 million.
All right. Visited with the lawyers. We're going to get back to the subject matter they wanted to talk about. We'll do that later. We're going to maybe go about 20 or 30 more minutes before another break, and then I'll have more time to sort things out with the lawyers during that break. So we'll continue with the attorneys for about another 25, 30 minutes, and then we'll have a longer break. Maybe we'll check on lunch was going to come maybe a little earlier. We'll figure that out. Okay. I'm going to ask the prosecutor to shift subjects, or at least topics, from the one you just had.
Now, if we could put on the screen Exhibit 132. Do you see this text to you essentially, I think through Jeff Hayes's phone? Oh no, I'm sorry. Through your phone on July 19th, 2024 at 9:22.
Yes.
And do you see on Exhibit 133, the attachment that was in 132's text message about Appleton police investigate suspicious death?
Yes.
And you see a picture of the apartment complex on there.
Yes.
And in that message, was that actually on Jeff's phone? That message with your mom?
I don't remember if it was my phone or Jeff's phone.
Okay. So in that message, if we could look at that attachment, it says that Appleton police are investigating a death. Investigators call suspicious. Police responded Thursday night just before 10 p.m. to a residence in the 2800 block of North Park Drive Lane for an injured male. While life-saving measures were performed, police said he was deceased. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that text was sent to you at 9:22:05. So that's July 19th, the morning after, right?
Can we clarify?
PM. I'm sorry, it's PM.
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 133 has that message or has that attachment, but doesn't indicate the name of anybody, right?
Yes.
Doesn't say Joey's name in there, right?
No.
So it hadn't been announced yet who was deceased, right?
Correct.
And then if we look at Exhibit 134, it says on the top from Sam's mom, isn't that, it says Joey, joyous, but it's really meant to be Joey's, right? Because we see that below.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't that Joey's car on the left of the apartment picture? And that's at 9:29 p.m., right?
Yes.
And then you have Jeff Hayes's phone and you're responding to your mom about that. And you said, that's so fucking sad. They didn't mention me at all. I can't believe my love is gone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so you were upset that you weren't mentioned in that article, right?
I was more surprised than upset.
It says that's so fucking sad they didn't mention me at all, right?
Yes.
And you're focused on you, right?
Yes.
And not how sad Joey's dead, but how sad they didn't mention you at all, right?
Well, first I say that's so fucking sad. They didn't mention me at all.
Yep.
And then I say, I can't believe he's gone.
Right. But you say you're worried about them not mentioning you and how sad that is, right?
I was surprised.
Okay, well, they didn't mention his name either, right? Okay, so you're focused on you, right?
Yes.
And you saw on July 19th in the mid-afternoon around 3:30 or so, the video of Jeff Hayes removing decals from the back of your car in Exhibit 200, right?
Yes.
And you had a phone call with your mom in November of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you said that they think they have my car, but they can't prove it was my car. Do you
Correct.
remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you went on to say, when they found my car, it didn't have stickers on it, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that we know that's your car, right?
Yes.
And in fact, we can see those stickers coming off and why that changes, right?
Yes.
And that was also a lie when you were talking to your mom.
Yes.
Now, do you recall the video where Jeff Hayes gives you kind of that bucket hat or fishing hat?
Yes, I do.
And that's at night when you're sitting in the corner of the smoke shack, right?
Yes.
And it kind of disguises your face, right?
No, it wasn't meant for disguise.
I didn't say what was it meant to, but I said it does disguise your face, right?
Could I see a picture?
Sure. Exhibit 105, do you see it there?
Yes, I can still see my face.
Okay, but it's kind of a wide brim hat, right?
Yes.
And it's right? Yes, you said? And it's 8:45 at night, right?
Yes.
I think we need to clarify there's a
Oh.
timing issue.
Sure, I'm sorry, it's probably 44 minus 38, so it's approximately, here we do the math, 10 after-ish, right? Or 8:06, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so about 8 o'clock at night. Thank you for that clarification. As we go into the other exhibits, you saw a video of you standing in the smoke shack talking to an individual that lives at Veterans Village at night, right?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. After you're wearing this hat, you're in kind of the smoke shack talking to someone where you see someone drive into the driveway. Do you remember that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Would it help if we refreshed your recollection?
Yes, please.
All right, let me go to the right video. Okay, So I'm gonna play channel 2 on Vet Village Videos for Trial Krebs at Night in the Corner, #1 channel 2, which is the Smoke Shack. And I'm gonna play that. If you can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks. So if we pause it first, just to kind of clarify what it is, if we back up. In this video, we have July 19th at about 9:14, right?
Yes.
All right, and this exhibit was 1 minute and 15 seconds. Do you see yourself on there?
Yes.
And you're wearing orange?
Yes. Reddish orange.
Okay, reddish orange shirt, black shorts,
Correct.
standing under the smoke shack?
Yep.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
we're gonna play that. We just watched that to the completion, right?
Yes.
And do you recall that incident?
Barely.
Okay, and you see where you're standing there talking and then you go and hide in the corner?
I don't think I hid. No, I think I put out my cigarette. That's
Did-
what I observed.
Did you quickly walk over to that corner?
Somewhat quickly, yes.
Okay, and then did you see that the other individual looked like they were watching the entryway to the apartment complex, the driveway?
I wasn't paying attention to where he was looking at that time.
Okay, well, in the video, do we see that?
That he's looking towards the driveway, yes.
Yes, and then do we see him kind of hurry you along as he continues to walk? And you both go into the apartment? Do we see that?
I don't recall if he was hurrying me or not.
I was asked if you saw that.
No.
Okay. Then I want to bring your attention to the call to the apartment complex. Do you remember calling the Brookfield apartment complex number?
Yes.
And did you in fact go to the apartment and find your apartment door locked?
I think Jeff went.
Okay, so Jeff was going there to get things for you.
Yes.
Okay, and you knew who Kelly Gasser was, right?
Yes, I admit her.
And you knew that she ran the apartment complex, right?
That is correct.
And you know she was the contact person for any issues with the apartment, right?
Her and Blake, yes.
Okay, but she was the one that lived on site, right?
Yes.
And she would take care of issues that would happen at the apartment complex.
Yes.
And she was the one who, if something broke, you would contact her to have maintenance come fix it, right?
Yes.
And she's the one who, if there were any issues, she was there to be able to be on site, right?
She ran 5 properties, so she was really hard to get a hold of.
But she was there, right? Lived there.
She lived on the property.
Okay. And you called down to the Brookfield office, right?
Yes.
And you never mentioned anything about Joey dying at all, right?
I figured they knew it already.
Well, you never mentioned that, right?
No,
Okay. And you never indicated that you, well, let me ask this. You weren't on that lease, right?
no,
Okay. And so with Joey dead, you would need to have some way to enter into that apartment, right?
yes,
And you didn't provide any background information about him being dead and needing to get in there, right?
no.
Your Honor, I'm just about at that point, so I don't know if the court wants to take an early recess for lunch. I know it's a little bit early, but it might be the right time.
I got a note that lunch was going to be in at 11:30, so I'm going to have the deputy clerk step out to see if she's got any updates on that. Okay. All right, what we're going to do is this, since I have to take up another legal issue that's going to take a little more time. We're doing an early lunch break, and it's a little peculiar, but the food should be here in the next 5-7 minutes or so. So whenever you take your notebooks back to the jury room, because it's probably, how I'm going to map it out is, it's just before 11:30. You're going to have lunch brought in. I want you to have a relaxing lunch in the jury room. When you're done, you may have a few minutes to go outside, go for a walk. I need you back in the jury room by 12:30. And then we're going to start up in court soon after 12:30. So it's not a traditional noon to 1 lunch. It's going to be more a 11:30 to 12:30 thing. Really don't want anybody, if you have to go to your car and check some things or make some calls, that's fine. But I really don't want anybody traveling any distance where it would prevent you from being back with the bailiffs by 12:30 at the jury room. We're mapping out some things for this afternoon, and we want to make sure we're efficient doing that. So your assistance on promptly being back at the jury room at 12:30 would be greatly appreciated. So you have as much of a relaxing lunch as you can. The phone should be here in a few minutes. You can get some air on a limited period of time, and then the bailiffs will see you back in the secure area by 12:30. All right, all rise for the jury. Okay, you can be seated. We're still on the record. All right. On the topics on cross you have left, roughly how many more minutes do you think?
Probably 15. I'm just about to the point to close, close it up.
All right, we're going to stay on the record. The prosecutors indicated about another 15 minutes across, and then we would go back to redirect. But trying to allow the continued questions of Ms. Krebs without as many interruptions. Some of them are just necessary and we have to deal with it. When we're at sidebar, the general topic was the scope of inquiry on some calls and the basis as to why the state thinks the calls may be relevant. We had some earlier rulings where the court was analyzing motive, whether there was relationship things that would have been pre-July 18th that suggest motive on behalf of the defendant. The court had ruled, at least on the earlier, that at that point that I didn't think there was enough foundation. We had not had testimony, I think, from Mr. Allen, who we still haven't, and then also Mr. Hayes, who has come up. Now, some of Mr. Hayes' stuff has come in through other ways, through electronic messages and watching video. However, the state at sidebar had mentioned wanting to play a phone call with Mr. Hayes and cross-examine the defendant on it from, I think you said August 23rd.
Yes.
All right, so about 35 days after the death of Mr. Carnot. So how long is the phone call? And I'll have you play it. Obviously, we're outside the presence of the jury, and then I'll hear your arguments, why you think it's relevant, and then I'll hear it from the defense.
The file name for the record is it's under Exhibit 1, the Chad Riddle folder, calls folder, Hayes calls folder. And the file name is Krebs Braid's conversation with Jeff, August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11.
Hold on, August 23rd.
Wapaka. So
Wait a
You
second.
I
should
stopped
see my
there.
hair.
Can you pause it? Thanks.
Yep, did, sorry.
All right, August 23rd, 2024, at what time?
11:11.
AM. All right, and what's the duration?
31 seconds.
All right, you can play that so I can hear it in full.
Playing it in its entirety.
Wapaka. So
You
I
should
stopped
see my
there.
hair. I
What's
got
that?
I got it like braided from like the top all the way back around my head and down.
Like cornrows?
Yeah.
Oh, honey. Oh, my God. I'm glad you're not here because I would absolutely bend you over and have my way with you.
You'd want to pull on these braids.
Yeah. Those aren't braids. Those are reins.
But yeah, I'm glad.
That's it.
Right. And what do you want to say about whether that's relevant or not?
So I think it's relevant in the sense that she testified that she went to Jeff Hayes because he was a trusted person. He's somebody that would do anything for her. She testified that she was at his house for that entire weekend before she was arrested on the 22nd. When things go really downhill for her, that's where she flees to. And then we see John Hayes engage in a number of different activities, including the VIN-numbered pizza box, the decals, the hat. I don't know what happened to her clothes, but he's engaging in these behaviors that are supportive of her. They're sharing a phone over the course of the weekend. And the testimony really illustrates how critical he was to her in those days and to her story that we have heard about. And I think it goes to her credibility in the sense that, this is happening 4-ish weeks after the incident. We have a text message earlier in April and then in May about him wanting to have a relationship with her, him talking about how it would just be sexual, how they'll just have it be sexual. Then we have essentially a dinner date that he's planning that she is asking if that's just for her, if it's for her and Joey. And I think it definitely shows his involvement in relationship with her in her creating these alternative versions of her story and the lies and the cover-ups that we see. So I do think it goes to her credibility and I think gives panorama perspective on why he was engaging in the behaviors he did. And she's also saying that she had no idea he was doing all of those, which She says he didn't. I think there's also evidence that says that she really did know. So I think all of that really goes to that credibility piece. And I also think that her responses in there, if somebody's fiance dies a couple weeks before, she seems in her conversation much more complicit with that behavior and that conversation than saying, oh my gosh, absolutely not. That is not the relationship that we have, or denying that relationship in any way.
All right, and your office didn't file the charge until a few weeks after that call, right?
Yes, I believe it was in September,
All right.
mid-September maybe.
Can you refresh my recollection of Mr. Hayes's efforts that you've advanced as assisting the defendant, the timeline of when, I understand the timeline would be soon after the evening of July 18th, but the scope, does it end at some point? Of his assistance alleged by the state,
So
whether she knew about it or not.
And I was just checking for the court. It looks like the initial appearance was on September 16th of 2024, just for the court's record.
Okay, we'll note that in the minutes, that the court takes notice that while the defendant may have been in custody on a probation hold, she wasn't formally charged until September 16th of 2024.
So I think I outlined his behavior. As soon as she gets in the car on Northland, just minutes after leaving the apartment complex, she immediately calls Jeff Hayes. And
they ain't talking about nothing, right? We can stop this. They ain't talking about some freaky stuff. Oh, what you say? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thank you. Fala, thank you. Right? You say you did, I only did 5, but it showed up 5 times. Oh no. Let's wait a minute. I could tell you. I don't think I could tell you. Wait a minute. Maybe I can. It should have only did 5. Oh, I see Stacy got one. I wonder if she's still in the chat. Stacy, you still in the chat? Yeah, she was here earlier. I don't know if she here. Okay, you good? All right. Yeah, we want to make sure. Not no 5. Thank you. Yeah, if you received those free memberships, make sure you say thank you. All right, they ain't talking about nothing. This judge about to take forever to say whether or not this freak stuff can come in, and because Jeff said he want to pull her hair. Oh gosh, and take her right there. What he say? Let me see. Oh, I'm supposed to say Fala, damn it. Say Fala, damn it. Okay. Yay, Fala, damn it. There y'all go. Fala, damn it. Okay. So I got Fala, damn it, whenever that happens. And then I got, ooh, Matty, he's so handsome. Y'all have to let me know what I gotta say when it comes down to it. And oh, my only fan, even though he want me just to say only fan, but I want to say my only fan. Yeah, and then you said you explain in chat. Shoot, y'all, the names must be named and they must be said correctly. So you definitely get me together. So I know I got 2 of them. Right? Anybody else, y'all just let me know. And I will definitely do it. Right? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let us play out whatever he gonna talk about because I don't know what. Matty, that's therapist. That's the therapist you know. You just want to talk about the freaks. Okay, SD. Oh boy. We cannot just talk about the freaks. That's not what we're gonna do here. We're gonna talk about more than freaks. You say they trying to slut shame her? Oh gosh. Well. Oh, I get the screen follow, damn it. Oh, we. No, they are just saying that she was out here on these streets in all types of ways. That's all. Therapist says scream, follow, damn it. Ooh, wee. Oh gosh, we gonna all be saying that, right? Oh goodness. Thank goodness. Look, I don't even have to say it all the time. Ooh, wee. Ooh, wee. Ooh, wee. I got it on repeat. Look, so I don't even have to say it all the time. I can just do it. You want your shirt? Okay. You said kinda. This is reality, right? Therapist, she has the Scream Man and a flamingo floaty capri. And I think he has a smoothie. Does he have a smoothie, therapist? Oh, you want that ooh wee shirt. Yeah, well, our therapist, you know, is working on everything. She working on it. Oh wow. You say you gonna have your wife make one? Yeah, therapist is working on it. We'll have it, a lot of the stuff up in the store soon, especially for our party, right? You got to definitely have everything together. Some stuff in there. All right, let me go ahead and we are going to play this again. Wow. Go ahead and see what they talking about.
It says that she's on her way. She arrives. He meets her outside. They're having a conversation. You see him providing her with different clothing. You see him working that night to put the cardboard in the
Okay.
area of.
All right, I
Oh,
apologize for cutting you off. I agree
okay.
with your starting time. What I'm trying to remember is after she's taken into custody on July 22nd, have you advanced anything through witnesses that you can remind me of that he did anything after that?
Sure. We had listened to that call from her mom just a little bit ago. That was April 25th of this year, where he's referenced as Pin, and they're having that conversation about the psychosis versus the mania. So it's kind of that ongoing relationship. She even testified that he was talking with her mom and they were having conversations about it. And that's where she says to tell Pin and her mom that that's the words they should use if they testify.
All right, anything other than that call that you can think of that's after July 22nd?
I don't think that we have covered.
All right, and what context I'm trying to understand or be reminded of is the court allowed some of her text messages with Mr. Hayes from April and May before the alleged offense. Not to say she had a motive that she wanted to be with him and was going to kill her present partner to be with Jeff Hayes, but to identify Mr. Hayes as somebody who would be welcoming and sympathetic to her. And so the court granted leeway on that to just give a context of who would she go to for assistance in the minutes after Joey's injury or death. And so that's been explored by the state. There was one text message that was brought out through an officer, but then Ms. Krebs was asked about where there was Mr. Hayes saying something would just keep it sexual. And I think the defendant said that she viewed that more as sarcastic and something that would be laughed off or just pushed aside, not taken seriously. The context of the call on August 23rd continues to be at least a portion of it him with his fantasy, and she doesn't affirmatively say something, she laughs, which may be viewed as peculiar, but why isn't that just more of her rolling with his sarcasm about sex that she hadn't engaged with him yet, versus that she actually was going to saying affirmatively, yeah, I'll be into it.
I don't know that it doesn't say that. Like, I don't know if someone says, well, we'll just keep something sexual. To me, that would suggest to me that there's a sexual relationship. That's how I read it. Maybe she, as she testified, she sees it as sarcastic. I see it not as sarcastic, and I see that as a continuation of that prior text message.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Frank.
I'd say it's great that Attorney Templis sees it that way, but unfortunately, we're not going to know how Mr. Hayes even meant it because he wasn't brought here to testify. So the state's part of their argument is that this conversation is a continuation of panorama perspective on why Jeffrey Hayes did what he did. And if they wanted to present evidence as to why he did what he did, then they should have had him here. He was an available witness. He was under the state subpoena until yesterday afternoon. And so there's no reason why they are trying to get in his perspective through phone calls that took place over a month after this incident. There's been no evidence presented that there was any type of physical or sexual relationship between Samantha Krebs and Jeffrey Hayes before Joey Carnot died. There's in fact been no evidence that they've engaged in anything post that. This phone call is simply irrelevant. It doesn't do anything to advance any type of motive. In fact, the messages that have been presented so far show that Samantha Krebs was not interested in having any type of relationship with Mr. Hayes. She viewed some of his comments as sarcastic. She told him she didn't believe that they could be anything more than friends. When he has this whole elaborate text message about this dinner date, if that's what we want to call it, she says, for who? I'm confused. And so at this point, Your Honor, I don't see how this call is relevant at all. And I don't believe that it would be any type of proper panorama evidence.
All right. One of the things I said in general at sidebar was that the court viewed the analysis as different from earlier in the trial about motive before the fact of relationships and whether there was foundation to bring up relationships of the defendant with others that would suggest she had a motive of not necessarily being interested in Mr. Carnot anymore and may have taken some actions motivated by desire to be in a relationship with others. And court found there was not at that point foundation for motive evidence regarding a relationship with Jeffrey Hayes. The issue now with the defendant taking the stand is that she puts her credibility at issue. And I mentioned that earlier with the ruling on the phone call with the mom about psychosis versus mania. When a defendant, like any other witness, takes the stand, things are put in issue, and obviously forefront is credibility of a witness. And that's the factors that I discussed earlier under jury instruction 300. During direct exam, and some prompted by questions and some volunteered by the defendant, she explained the context of their relationship. In the hours this morning, with questions from the state, she confirmed that she viewed her relationship as committed. They were engaged. They were planning a wedding date. She referenced buying a dress. I can't remember if that was for the wedding or to use the dress at a court appearance that was going to come up at the end of July. But she volunteered that she bought a dress, and the court viewed it as that just her, in her volunteer statement, stressing her commitment to Joey and the child, and that they were going to be a family, that she was going to be the stepmom. So that's been gone over and over on direct and cross. That's viewed in a light most favorable to the defendant as someone who would not show ill will or do anything negative or violent towards the partner, to the fiance. So that's how she answered as to the context of the relationship. The fact that 35 days later, she's on the phone with Jeff Hayes and laughing about sexual activity with him could affect the credibility of, she's lost her fiance, the person she's engaged to, the person who has a son that she's going to be stepmom to, and she's joking about sex with Jeff Hayes. There's some vagueness to it. No doubt there's laughing, but the vagueness comes where there's not like an affirmative statement yet that I'm up for it. Let's go or whatever. And I asked the question about, well, what alleged assistance did Jeff Hayes do after that? Which there's not anything explicit that Jeff Hayes assisted with afterwards, after August 23rd. The mother brings up that he's doing some research, but her mom's also doing research. So does she have to endear herself to Jeff Hayes by laughing about his conversations? There's a general context that could be framed that she's trying to keep goodwill with somebody that might be a witness on her behalf. He hasn't testified. So it's more problematic versus if beyond laughing about it, she said, yeah, we'll get together. At the sidebar, we talked once again about, and we've heard now 2 or 3 times, the phone call with Mr. Allen from 16 days after the death, and brought that up at sidebar and raised the issue that, or revisited the issue that could relate to the defendant's credibility as to her commitment to Joey and the family, and that it's a dedicated relationship. That phone call, she's more explicit in responding. Defense counsel then said, Judge, that might open the door to some things. So before I make a final ruling on whether that's going to be getting into, can you tell me what you're concerned that would further open the door to? You said there's some supplying of money for canteen or something similar to that. Go ahead.
Yes. So within the last couple of weeks, the defense has received numerous jail calls, video visit calls, those types of recordings from the state as part of discovery. I don't know how many there are, but I think it's fair to say that there's hundreds, at least over 100 for certain. A lot of those phone calls that we've received are calls between Samantha and her mother. A lot of them are then calls between Samantha and Greg Allen. And I think it's very clear throughout the phone calls that Samantha is engaging in this type of conversation with Greg Allen because he is supplying her with money for her canteen, for her books, for those types of items. And those conversations are made clear. The ones with Mr. Allen, it's made clear that he is providing her with assistance. In the conversations with her mother, she talks a lot, or with other individuals, talks a lot about how Greg Allen is for lack of a better term, I don't know the exact word she uses all the time, but essentially a creepy older individual, and that she doesn't have any intention of being with him. And so I think to refute any type of claim that the state is going to try to make that she did whatever to Joey so that she could then be with Greg Allen weeks later, it's going to open the door to all of these different types of conversations having to be played and to having be explained. And I think that's highly prejudicial, not relevant, and just really leads into a whole second trial.
All right, but setting aside the issue of motive, the issue of credibility of the client on the stand, when she testifies about a love of her life, planning a wedding, wants to be stepmom for his child, going to buy a dress, whether it's either for the court hearing to support him or for a wedding, doesn't she put in issue her credibility regarding her relationship and commitment towards Joey? And if 16 days later she's agreeing to meet Mr. Allen or have sex with him and says it affirmatively versus just awkwardly laughing about it, maybe compared to Mr. Hayes, isn't there a distinction? And setting aside any motive issue, just the credibility by taking the stand and saying those things on direct and confirming them on cross, that she's in a committed relationship with Joey. And then 16 days after he's dead, she's already talking about having sex with Mr. Allen. Go ahead. Just on the credibility portion,
Absolutely.
jury instruction 300.
And I get the court's point on that. I mean, 16 days later, she's already received assistance from Greg Allen. I think importantly here is there's really been no challenge to the fact that prior to Joey's death, that there was any issues within this relationship. The state hasn't presented anything saying that there was any type of infidelity between either one of the individuals. They've elicited testimony that Joey, through his text messages and phone calls, believed that this was a very loving relationship, and Samantha has testified consistent with that. So at this point, there's nothing there that is challenging that this wasn't a loving and committed relationship. So I think that, coupled with the distinction that she's receiving this assistance from Greg Allen, even before we hear this recorded phone call, that makes it very succinct that it's not relevant to her credibility.
All right, I'll give the state one last reply on just the issue of credibility. I'm not addressing motive. I've already said it doesn't relate to motive, but if you want to give me a final summary on why you think the defendant should be able to be cross-examined with the Greg Allen phone call from August 3rd of 2024, go ahead.
Well, I do think it lends to her credibility, because if you're in this committed relationship and you are talking about getting married and within a matter of weeks are talking about having somebody else's kids as soon as you're available, and engaging in that conversation would really go to the credibility of if this was really a truly committed relationship from her standpoint. I know what she has said thus far, but I really do feel like that flies in the face of that from a credibility determination.
All right, well, there's two issues before the court on August 23rd call, and I believe it's August 2nd or 3rd call. On the Hayes call in particular, the court's concern is multiple, that not so much the timing of it, because 35 days within the death of the defendant's partner, her fiance, is a close proximity. And as I've said earlier today, when defendant makes a decision to testify, puts his or her credibility at issue, conflicting statements can be brought up, sentiments regarding loyalty to the other person, and portraying that relationship is good and is sending a message to the finder of fact, whether it's a judge or jury, whether they are a person that's likely to want to hurt the other person. And in this case, it's alleged by the state that the defendant did the stabbing, and defense or the defendant is saying that Mr. Carnett did it to himself. So the believability of the witnesses are important. Raising the sentiments or the specter of a positive relationship is important, because the finder of fact is asked, well, who would maybe have a volatile relationship or an uncommitted relationship and do that? So there's been some portrayal of harmony in the defendant's presentation, that she was ready to be the stepmom, that she was supporting him during struggles, going to attend court. They're planning a wedding. She's buying a dress. And once again, whether that's for court or for the wedding wasn't explicitly clear, but it's a supportive act showing loyalty and support to Joey Carnot. That record has not been void of some disharmony. There was testimony from the co-workers about pressures that Mr. Carnot was under from his fiance, including to the point where he was receiving threats to be stabbed. So there's some evidence that flows portraying a favorable or harmonious relationship, not with completely void of struggles on drug use or mental health issues. But to another level, the state has presented at least witnesses to suggest that there was disharmony to the point that it rose to the level of threat. So the jury has to decide what's the context of the relationship, what's the sentiments. The defendant in her direct testimony and cross has been firm that it was a good relationship. They were committed. They were going to get married. She's grieving the loss of Mr. Carnot, and the calls to with Mr. Allen and Mr. Hayes suggests something different. The court finds that the Hayes call in many ways is cumulative. The court had allowed the background on the relationship to be brought up to explain why an alleged perpetrator may go to that particular person. The court's been flexible on allowing those correspondences regarding April and May, and the state's presented that to explain why she chose him, even though we didn't know what was going on, that she making a decision in an 8-minute drive to go to somebody in particular. There's not as much involvement by Mr. Hayes in the following months. There's some, at least a reference to doing some research, but the court finds that even though the context of the call is peculiar, and obviously laughing about what was brought up is peculiar and could be viewed as troubling, but the court finds that it's a continuation of the earlier evidence that was allowed in, it would be cumulative. So the court would exclude it on that grounds, and also the grounds that there's not a lot of discernible assistance after August 23rd, where the defendant would have to endear herself to Mr. Hayes versus immediately after the alleged crime. On Mr. Allen, it's 16 days after Mr. Carnot's deceased, and it's an affirmative response to say that she's willing to engage with sex with him. The idea that the context, if she wanted to clarify that, is that he's putting money in her canteen, well, that may implicate a reference to jail. However, financial assistance can be referred to in a general sense. And if she wants to clear that up and say, this is somebody I was talking to because he was helping me out financially, that can be explained in that fashion. But she clearly puts her credibility at issue on getting on the stand. She portrays the relationship as harmonious. It's not just harmonious in July. She's ready to attend a court hearing on July 31st, buy a new dress, or at least be there to support Mr. Carnot and keeping his rights or some scope of his rights. So that kind of harmonious picture or loyalty to the decedent is put in issue, and the engagement in a conversation basically 2 or 3 days after the scheduled what was originally the scheduled family court hearing, flies in the face of the harmony and the commitment to Mr. Carnot, and in some ways the grieving process that she's explained on the witness stand. So the court's going to allow the defendant to be cross-examined on the Allen call, but not on the Hayes call. There can be follow-up questions on redirect to explain the context of it, whether she was being sarcastic or felt some felt that she was compelled to keep the conversation going or to agree with him just because she was getting financial assistance. Doesn't have to be referred to as jail canteen, but the defense would be allowed to redirect to clean up the context if they think it's a misportrayal of the actual situation. So that's the ruling of the court.
I just have to get 2 other exhibits marked, and I don't have them marked. They're just 2 other text messages, and I just thought I would give them now so that the court has them. I'll tell you what they're marked in a minute. 305 is the one that is June 24th, 2024 at 11:15:56, and exhibit 306 is June 24th, 2024 at 11:16:52. Oh, I did those in reverse. Well, we'll just leave it that way.
So we'll say the numbers again and start over.
Sorry, I am correct. Okay. At 11:15:55 in June 2024 at 11:16 is 306.
All right, so 11:55. I'm going to take a break till 12:30, then we'll start up again at 12:30. The deputy can assist Ms. Krebs.
Okay, guys, all of that. And he got to the end, and I was so busy in the chat. Are they letting this in or not? I'm like, I'm so busy in the chat, I can't pay attention. And he must have said that part really, really fast. Yes, Julianne. Yes, he does. He does. Oh, so he letting it in, Pretty Brown? I'm like, well, I guess one thing about all of this is that they back from lunch. You don't think he said no to it? Okay, so he said no to it? Okay. Yeah, he was so slow with it that I could not. I was in the chat. I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. Every other word is so slowly read. And the jury is going to fall asleep. I can't imagine that. Maybe that's why he gives so many breaks, because y'all notice that he do give a lot of breaks. Y'all say he need to retire. Well, whatever day we gonna be doing, whatever they do jury instructions, I can almost guarantee we will make sure that we have some TiVo time so we can be able to play it on a fast speed level. Cause I don't think I can even do the jury instructions if he's gonna speak at this pace. Like, this is absolutely maddening. The sloth. Oh gosh. I mean, he is like dragging it on, and he used so many words for something that's so simple. That's why I let most of this stuff just play today, because I'm like, well, Okay, so they back from lunch. He way more than detailed. Only fan, like, oh gosh, way more detailed than what I would ever want him to be. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take us back in. It looks like they coming back from lunch. I'm assuming that they are going to, she said she got about 15, 20 more minutes on cross. Then she'll get redirected. I don't know if they calling any other witnesses. I don't know if they can call it. I don't know who they would call. I have no clue. They can't call the mom. They can't call Jeff. They done messed up her commissary with Greg because Greg was putting money on her books. So when he was talking about pulling her hair and all that stuff and doing all that freaky stuff, she had to oblige him on the phone. He was like putting money on her books, and now the lawyer had to expose, hey, Samantha was only doing that on the phone with Greg once she got in custody because he was putting money on her books. Now Greg ain't gonna even hook her up. That's so messed up. She gonna have to get back on the phone with Greg and apologize and say she had to do that because she didn't want that, the whole sexual stuff to be addressed right then. But yeah, he done messed up her little money. That's messed up. He can't be messing with the bag. She can't get nothing from John because John's sitting in the same place as her. All right. We shall see. Let's go back in there.
Sugar. Hey, can we pass that charger thing over? Thank you.
Yeah, up at the witness stand.
No, I got two down here. Thank you.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
It's yours.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's 12:31 p.m. and State versus Krebs, Branch 6, Outagamie County Circuit Court. We're going to continue, finish up the cross-examination in a few minutes. I think do we have every juror? Okay, we'll double check on that all the jurors are back. The only other thing I wanted to add on the court's ruling before the break was that the court also did put some weight in consideration on the context of Exhibit 195, which was July 21st, 2024 correspondence between the defendant and Gregory Allen. And the court also, beyond jury instruction 300, considered jury instruction 172, conduct after the fact, and statute section 906.16 regarding the credibility of a witness, including a defendant. All right, anything else before we bring the jury back in from the state,
I don't believe so.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back in the courtroom. All 14 jurors are back on State versus Krebs, Branch 6, Outagamie County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. I'm going to finish up the cross-examination with Ms. Krebs in a second. If any jurors need any water, they can just signal Dean. Okay, just let them know if during this afternoon session you need anything. All right, we left off with questioning by Ms. Templis. You can finish up your questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Krebs, do you know individual identified as Greg Allen?
Yes,
And is he somebody that you know from Wisconsin Rapids?
correct.
Did he own like a motel that you're,
Maples Motel?
yes, he owned the Maple,
Wait for the whole question to come out before you start answering. Go ahead.
he owned the Maples Motel in Wisconsin Rapids?
Correct.
Yes. And you've known him for quite some time, right?
Yes,
And your mom also knows him?
yes,
And I want to put on the screen Exhibit 195. Do you remember a text message or a conversation that you had with him where you were using Jeff Hayes's phone to communicate with him?
yes,
And in that text message that we see here on Exhibit 195, that would be July 21st of 2024 at 2:31 p.m. Do you see that?
yes,
And in that text message, you talk about needing an iPhone Pro Max, right?
correct.
And at this point in time, you're aware that John Pfeffer said your phone was destroyed, I think you said, right?
Correct.
And then you see where it says, I'm gonna, Gunna, owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways.
Yes,
And this isn't the first time you had reached out to Greg Allen after the incident with, or after Joey had been stabbed, right?
correct.
And in fact, on July 19th at 8:30, you had sent him a message that said, call me when you can. I need to hear your voice. It gives me strength, right?
Correct.
And that was the day after Joey was stabbed?
Was that 8:30 a.m. or p.m.?
PM.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes,
And Greg Allen is somebody who is about 70 years old. Is that fair?
yes,
And Greg Allen has a pretty significant amount of money of his own, right?
yes,
And so you were reaching out to him to have you buy him an iPhone Pro Max, right?
correct.
Did you also have another phone conversation with Greg Allen on August 3rd of 2024?
I'm pretty sure that's the date, yes.
Okay, and Joey died the night of August 18th, almost into August, or I'm sorry, July 18th, almost into July 19th, and this would be August 3rd within just maybe 2-ish weeks or so, right?
2-ish weeks? Can you be more specific?
Sure. The 19th to the 3rd is like 2 weeks and 2 days, right? So like 16 days?
Correct.
Okay. And that call that you had with him on August 3rd of 2024, I'd like to direct your attention to it identified as Krebs and Greg Allen regarding our relationship, August 3rd of 2024. We're going to put that on the screen.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
If we could just pause it for a second and look at the timestamps. So you'll see that, for the record, that the upper left corner has a number of different numbers that I can't read right now, but then says August 3rd, 2024, 8/21/52. on the top left corner. On the bottom, there are two separate recording lines, if you will. One says 808 to 1117, and then the bottom one has 00 to 18. So in this particular one, we will be paying attention to the bottom timestamp that starts at 00, and then it will go to 1 minute and 18 seconds, I believe. If we could then play that, please.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
Okay.
Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of that?
Got you on that. Yep.
All right.
I
I
got
hope
you.
so.
100.
Because that's between you and me. I told you we got to start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple.
Okay.
Okay? I don't want to press you
My
into
friend
it.
just found out today that she's preggo. She's in here
She's
with me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
I don't. Yeah, I think you will if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it? Pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get to do that with me, dear.
No. Why?
Because I want to have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
Something.
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
And we listened to that entirety?
Yes,
And Greg Allen, you said, is give or take about 30 plus years older than you, right?
that would be correct.
And he's married?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 305 and 306. Exhibit 305, do you recognize who that's from?
The 305 is from Samalama 9761 Samantha to Little J Mac 30 Josette Perez, owner.
So this, these two, 305 and 306, are they both between you and you sending messages to Joey?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive Exhibit 305 and 306, and I ask permission to publish.
Any objection? No. All right, there's no objection to 305 and 306, so those exhibits offered by the state are received and can be published.
Exhibit 305, we see that where it says that it's sending from you and it's going to Joseph, right?
Correct.
And we see that on June 24th of 2024, it was sent at 11:15:56. Do you see that?
Correct.
And then it was read at 11:16:13. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in that message, do you see how you texted to Joey, poor fucking baby, no one likes you?
Yes.
Okay. In Exhibit 306. In 306, this text message is again from you to Joseph.
Correct.
And it's on June 24th, 2024 at 11:16, right?
Correct.
And you texted him, you have no kid, no family, no girlfriend, and soon no job, right?
Correct.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 303. I'm sorry. I think it's 302. I think I should double check. It's Exhibit 303. And do you see this on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you a copy of it. look at exhibit 303. Do you remember seeing this yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when we talk about this investigation, isn't it true that at various times the information says that you're at the scene and then at various times it says you're not at the scene, right?
Yes,
And your testimony is that today that you were in fact at the scene, right?
yes,
And that's consistent with the evidence that can be corroborated, right?
correct.
So the crime lab video and the audio video from John Pfeffer say that you're definitely there, right?
Yes,
And your Facebook location on your phone said that you were also there, right?
yes,
And then those two things aren't in your control. Agreed?
I don't know how the Facebook location works.
Right. So it's not in your control, right?
Right,
Okay. The 911 call where John Pfeffer says that he thinks he fell on the knife, that's consistent with what you told him in the audio recording, correct?
yes,
And then the traffic camera sees you fleeing the scene and shows us, in fact, that you were there headed to Jeff Hayes. And that shows that you were there, right?
correct.
But then you chose to send a Snapchat message to Peyton Carnot that said that you were not at Joey's apartment, right?
Correct.
Then you chose to have a phone call with Officer Felmer and tell him that you were not there, correct?
Correct.
And then you had talked to, or on the audio, talked about it being that you weren't at the apartment when Joey was stabbed. And you had talked to John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland about that, right? So that you weren't there.
Are you on the no yes one?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so you had talked to them about saying that you weren't there, correct?
I talked to them that I wasn't there when.
Before you left, you did not want law enforcement to know that you were there, right?
I never spoke with him about that.
Okay. And then you sent a Snapchat message to Joey the next morning, checking in to see how he was doing as if you had been at a friend's, correct?
Correct.
And then you called your mom saying that you were never there on November 1st of 2024, right?
Yes,
And then you called your mom and said that your car had no stickers on November 6th of 2024, right?
right.
And all of those no's of all of the messages and things that you did were in fact lies, correct?
Correct.
And the fact that he fell on a knife was a cover up to what really happened, right?
Correct.
The fact that you said to Officer Felmer that he took something was a lie, right?
No, he did take something.
Well, he took something, but that's not what caused him to have this medical emergency, right?
No, no.
It didn't cause
Didn't,
him,
no.
right? And you said in your testimony that he was manic, right?
Yes,
And in all those messages we see from him earlier in the night, they look like very normal messages, right?
I guess what do you consider normal?
They're very factual, talking about where you are, what you're doing in the living room, talking about him being at work, the messages that we looked at during the day, right? They were him communicating with you,
Yes,
okay? And you had been using meth the afternoon into the evening that night up until close to 10, right?
correct.
And you're the one on the call that says that you have to get the fuck out of there, right?
I don't think so.
Well, that was your voice on the message that or on the audio that we heard earlier. And you testified that was you.
I don't remember you saying that.
Okay, but that was your voice that we heard, right?
I think so.
Okay. And fleeing from the scene was also part of that cover up, right? So that law enforcement didn't know you were there?
It didn't become my story until after I left.
Okay, so you had multiple stories, right?
Yes,
Okay. And not returning to the scene was your call not to return, right?
correct.
And your calls to Joey at 10 and 10:01 were your choice for a cover up, right? To pretend you're still at a friend's house.
Correct.
And the message wondering the next morning if Joey is at work was something that you sent to help further your being at the friends that night, right?
I didn't know his state, honestly.
Okay, but you certainly knew, as you testified earlier, that he had a major medical issue that night before.
Yes,
And he was most likely definitely not at work, right?
I don't understand the question.
He probably was not at work based upon how you saw him and thinking he had a collapsed lung.
If I had to guess, no.
And you heard testimony about the prior threats you had to stab him.
I heard the testimony.
Yes.
Correct.
And you testified today that you don't remember whether or not you threatened to stab him, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You testified earlier this morning that you didn't remember threatening to stab him,
That is correct.
but you heard the testimony about your threats, right?
Correct.
And you heard the message or the call about you laughing about threatening to stab a boy. Who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend and then laughing, right?
I heard that, yes.
And when you find out law enforcement has your phone, your response is, oh, fuck, right?
Correct.
And so all of this was done to cover up the fact that your testimony is that Joey committed suicide.
Can you repeat the question?
So all of this was to cover up the fact that Joey committed suicide, right?
Correct.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Ms. Rock for redirect. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Attorney Grody, would you be able to?
Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that question? I'm gonna rewind this so y'all can hear it, y'all. Oh, she didn't caught her up. They better, oh gosh, they better on redirect, they better look, they got me stuttering. I can't even get my words out. She better fix this. That better be the first thing she address. Okay, guys, listen up. Maybe I should play it on slower speed. Look at me, I sound silly.
And when you find out law enforcement has your phone, your response is, oh, fuck, right?
Correct.
And so all of this was done to cover up the fact that your testimony is that Joey committed suicide.
Can you repeat the question?
So all of this was to cover up the fact that Joey committed suicide, right?
Correct.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Ms. Rock for redirect. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Attorney Grody, would you be able to put that right back on the screen, please? Yes, please. Thank you. Samantha, when did you decide to tell the police or to tell anybody that you were not at the apartment when Joey stabbed himself?
After I spoke to JP on the phone the first time.
Okay. And do you see Exhibit 303 on the screen?
Yes.
And do you still have a copy in front of you?
Yes.
Do you see that first phone call that you had with JP anywhere listed in that document?
No.
And in fact, that first phone call that you had with JP when you decided that you were going to say you weren't at that apartment, that was before you sent those Snapchat messages to Peyton Carnot, correct?
That was correct.
And prior to you leaving the apartment, did you have any conversation with JP about saying that you were not there that night?
No.
So to be clear, that came during that first phone call you had with JP.
Correct.
And that phone call is not listed anywhere in Exhibit 303.
No.
You can take it down now, Attorney Grody. Thank you. Samantha, I want to talk about Greg Allen. You said that you've known him for some time. Is that right?
Yes, he was my boss.
You did. What type of work would you do for him?
I did gardening at his motel, and I also did landscaping at his personal home.
And did other family of yours work for him as well?
My mother worked for him for years, yes.
And has Greg Allen been an individual that has financially helped you?
Yes.
And is he somebody who continues to financially help you?
Yes.
Do you need his financial support?
Yes.
Have you ever had any type of sexual relationship with Greg Allen?
No.
We heard this recording of a phone call that you had with him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you know that that phone call was recorded?
Yes.
Why in that phone call are you having some type of sexual conversation with Greg Allen?
I was just entertaining him so that he would keep helping me financially.
Is that something you felt you had to do?
At the time, yes.
Did you have any intention of being in any type of sexual relationship with Greg Allen?
No.
And would you tell your true intention to other individuals?
Yes.
And how would you describe to other individuals your relationship or your feelings towards Greg Allen?
Strictly professional. I thought he was creepy and old.
And while you were in a relationship with Joey Carnot, did you ever entertain having a sexual relationship with Greg Allen?
No, never.
Soon after Joey's death, were you in a position where you needed Greg Allen's financial help?
Yes.
And was that the purpose of you contacting him?
Yes, it was.
We saw a text message where you were asking Greg Allen to help you purchase a cell phone. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you had said in that message that you would pay him back in other ways. Do you recall?
That is correct.
What did you mean by that?
I could work off the payment.
Is that something you had done for him in the past?
Yeah, I would do different projects for him all over his property.
Now, Attorney Templis had showed you a message that was sent from a phone to an account that was labeled Sam's mom. Do you recall that? It was an article of the investigation.
Oh, yes.
And that was in fact you having that conversation with your mom, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing the date of that conversation being July 19th at around 9:30 p.m.?
Yes.
That would have been while you had your phone or while JP had your phone?
JP would have had my phone.
And so at that point, did you know that Joey had passed?
Yes.
And do you know, Samantha, whether the photo of the little article that we saw portrayed on the screen and in the exhibit was in fact the full article?
No, I wasn't.
So do you know for certain whether Joey's name was ever mentioned in it?
I don't.
You recall hearing the recording where you learned that law enforcement has your phone, is that right?
That is correct.
And your response to that is, oh fuck?
That is correct.
What were you concerned?
Very.
Why?
I had drug transactions on my phone. I had very high sexual content on my phone of me and Joey, and a lot of personal stuff.
Did you have any concern that your phone contained any evidence of you stabbing Joey?
No.
Did you have any concern that your phone would have contained any evidence of you threatening to stab him?
No.
Now, you said you don't remember if you ever threatened to stab him. Is that right?
That is correct.
If you had, would you have meant it as any sort of true threat?
No,
Can you explain to us the context that you would have meant it in?
I would have just said it. I don't understand the question really.
Would you have said it in a joking manner?
I don't think necessarily joking, but more sarcastic.
So not in any type of serious, you're going to follow through with this?
Absolutely not. No.
And you did hear a recording, a very short recording of you joking who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't you joking that you stabbed Joey.
No.
And you didn't mean it as any type of admission. Is that correct?
No, not at all.
And that's because there was nothing to admit to.
Correct.
Was there more to that phone call than that very short clip that we heard here in court?
Yeah, we had a full conversation.
And who was the person that you were talking to?
I was talking to Brittany Durant.
What type of relationship do you have with her?
She's one of my best friends.
And would hearing more of that conversation provide better context to what you made that comment in response to?
Yes, it would.
And if you heard more of that conversation, do you think that you would recognize it?
Yes. Yes, I definitely would.
Then, Your Honor, if I can connect to the screen, I would like to play what I have had pre-marked as Exhibit 202. It would be a portion of the sole recording that is on this exhibit.
What's the duration?
I would be playing 36 seconds.
Okay. Any objection from the state?
No.
That will be permitted. So that portion of the conversation, additional 36, can be received and published.
And for purposes of the record, the sole recording on Exhibit 202 is 4 minutes in length. I have it queued up to minute 2, and I plan on playing from minute 2 to 2:36.
Go ahead.
I don't get what they're trying to do here, but
I don't either.
you obviously didn't do what they, you know what I mean?
Right. Who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right. Right. I agree.
My mom threatens to stab her
Definitely
dog
agree.
all the time. So.
It's not like you thought he was going to do it to himself,
Right. No.
you know?
Oh.
How are you doing with all that?
Horrible.
All right, I have stopped the recording at 2:36. Samantha, did you recognize the two voices on this recording?
Yes, I did.
And whose voices do they belong to?
Brittany Durant and mine.
And is this a longer portion of the previous recording that we had played for us?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And does it provide better context for you to explain why you made that statement?
Yes, it does.
And in that recording, it is in fact your voice who jokingly says who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
And you also said you never expected him to do that.
Correct.
And you were asked how you were dealing with all of it.
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
Horrible.
Is it fair to say that Brittany is somebody that you can talk to about many things?
Yes.
She's a confidant of yours?
Yes.
She helps you during bad times?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions, Samantha, about what your priority was on the night of July 18th of 2024. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that your priority was getting the drugs out of the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it true that that was just one of your priorities?
That is correct.
Why was your priority getting the drugs out of the apartment and not assisting Joey?
I, at the time, didn't think that it was life-threatening and that JP was calling the ambulance. And so I didn't want him to get in any further trouble that would like forbid him to see his son.
And you didn't make getting the drugs out of your apartment a priority until after JP and Christy had arrived, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, after they had taken over the care of Joey,
Yes.
or what you at least thought was the care of Joey.
Yes.
We saw some phone calls about where right after you leave the apartment, you're calling Joey's phone. Do you recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Why did you make those phone calls?
I was trying to get an update.
And at that point in time, had you had this idea yet that you were going to tell the story that you weren't at the apartment that night?
No.
So were those phone calls to establish any sort of alibi?
No.
You talked about how you believe that JP was on the phone with 911 prior to you leaving the apartment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you paying close attention to what JP was saying on the phone?
No.
Did you in fact know who he was talking to?
No.
You were just trusting him at that point, is that fair?
Yes.
I want to just briefly talk then, Samantha, about this recording we heard between you and your mother talking about the words mania and psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have any type of medical background where you would know the legal definition of those terms?
No, but my mom would.
And in that phone call, you're also talking to your mother about symptoms or like mental health symptoms that Joey would display. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those are the symptoms that you've always been aware of him displaying.
Yes.
And again, you were aware that he was seeking help or trying to seek help for some of that through the VA.
That is correct.
Finally, Samantha, I want to talk about that recording that we heard of the clip from when JP and Christy first entered into the apartment. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, it's true that that is not a recording of the entire time when you were in the apartment with them. Is that right?
That's correct.
There's other conversation or statements that might have been made after that recording stopped,
That is correct.
including you telling JP that Joey stabbed himself.
That is correct.
Now, you heard Attorney Templis tell you that she didn't recall JP testifying to that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you recall him testifying to that.
That is correct.
And you've heard that recording many times now, right?
Yes.
And I want to be very clear. When JP tells you on that recording or asks you if 911 should be called, you do respond to him, correct?
Yes.
And what is your response to him?
Go ahead.
And you can hear that on the recording, correct?
Correct.
And after that, you hear yourself say, hold on.
Yes.
Who is that statement directed towards?
That statement is directed towards Christy because she started these real extreme rubs that you would witness with somebody ODing on heroin. And I was like, wait a minute, because I didn't want her to hurt the wound any worse.
And so after you tell JP, go ahead, you tell Christy, hold on, it's right here.
Yes.
And you're talking about the wound.
Yes.
Now, Attorney Templis has asked you multiple times that you're heard on that recording, or whether you hear yourself say on that recording, I have to get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Do you hear yourself say that?
No.
Can you tell what you said?
From what I could hear, it was really hard to hear and make out as mumbling. But what I heard was, I need to get these out of here.
And that statement was made in response to JP asking you if there was any drugs in the house.
That is correct.
or if there was anything in there that shouldn't be.
Yes.
And that,
Yes.
and that's when we hear you respond, I have to get this stuff out of here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Sam or Samantha, we saw a couple of messages very recently between you and Joey from June 24th of 2024. Do you still have those in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Now, you acknowledged yesterday that your relationship with Joey wasn't always good. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There were normal stressors in your relationship,
Yes.
and there were times where the two of you might argue.
Yes.
Fair to say that one of those arguments might have occurred on June 24th of 2024?
Yes. It's when Joey had been up for a couple of days, and I was just reminding him how he was losing Kaysen, how he hadn't talked to his family in weeks, and that I wasn't going to stick around anymore, and that he would pretty much lose his job after that.
And in those messages, Samantha, do you threaten to stab Joey?
No.
Did you stab Joey?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross.
When you're talking about being concerned with anybody having access to your phone, you willingly gave John Pfeffer your phone, right?
Yes, I did.
With all of the content that you just talked about, the sexual videos, the whatever information was on there at that time, you gave him your phone with all that information, right?
Correct.
And when law enforcement gets it, you say, oh, fuck, and you're still at that point concerned and worried about yourself, right? And what's on there?
Me and Joyce, yeah.
Okay. And there was conversation about her, you were asked about that call with Brittany. Brittany was not at the apartment that night, right?
No.
Brittany only learned about what she knew through you, right?
She might have seen the articles. I don't know.
Okay, well, she'd see the articles, but the majority of what she learned would be from you,
I
right?
mean, I'm going to object. That does call for speculation.
She can clarify the basis of knowledge, so I'll overrule it.
You talked to Brittany, right?
Yeah, yes.
To your friend Brittany Durant, right? And
Correct.
you told her about what happened, right?
Correct.
So she got a lot of information directly from you, right?
A lot from me and a lot from Michael.
Okay. Michael wasn't there either, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so the person that was there is where she got the most of her information, right?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. So this call was on August 27th. And at that point in time, you're saying that you weren't involved, but you said, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, right?
Right.
And you laugh.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that a month after your boyfriend, in your view, died by suicide or was killed by you, regardless of if it is either one, it is horribly tragic, correct?
Correct.
And talking about who doesn't stab their boyfriend at that point in time is absolutely offensive to hear, right?
In my opinion,
Yeah, is it not offensive to you to talk about it and then laugh?
I was referring to how ridiculous it sounded.
Well, you said who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend, and then you laughed, right?
Yes.
And that was funny to you.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that that recording with your mom, when you were talking about mania or psychosis wasn't so much about what it was, but more about you saying that that's what your mom should testify to, and that was what Penn or Jeff Hayes should testify to, right?
Correct.
You're 38 years old. You were 38 years old back on July 18th of 2024, right?
Correct.
You're a grown woman, right? You had the ability to make all your own choices, didn't you? I have nothing else.
Correct.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a short break for, it's only going to be about a 10-minute one, and then we'll let you know what we're going to do next. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated, and the deputy can assist Ms. Krebs back to the table.
Watch her wobble, 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 wobble. She thinks she did good. I don't know. We're gonna find out now.
We're still on the record in State versus Samantha Krebs. The jury is 14 jurors have been excused from the room. It's 1:14 p.m. on my clock. Is the defense going to call any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor. And if it hasn't been received yet, I would ask that Exhibit 202 be received.
Okay, that's received. All right, so when the jury comes back out, the defense will rest. Is the state going to call some rebuttal witnesses?
I briefly have one rebuttal witness being Sergeant Keither.
Okay. Is there any particular exhibits that's going to come up during his rebuttal testimony?
I'm just pulling them right now.
Just if you give us a heads up.
Copy. I just want to make sure they're all in the right.
Are they previously received exhibits or are they new ones?
They're new.
All right, what number do we leave off on the 300s? We've used 306, so the next one would be 307.
That'd be cool. Thank you.
All right, we'll have you mark those. And 307 through what number?
307 to 309. Thank you. I have them all off skew here. 309, 308, 307. I think I never did this before. I was giving support. I'll give you a copy of the written.
Okay. All right, then we'll take a break till 1:25, so I got about 8 minutes. And then we'll have the defense rest on the record and then the state start with their rebuttal witnesses. Okay, we're on break.
Okay, so they going on break. I still have them in the background. I have not seen them hash out jury instructions. Maybe they did that in the background. We do have one rebuttal coming up. The defense will rest when we get back. You know, I hope he don't give jury instructions today. We don't have any TiVo time for that. We're gonna have to listen to jury instructions at what's the speed that we need to listen to it at OnlyFans for him to sound normal? I think he said like 2.75. So I think that as far as jury instructions, we will 4.0. Okay. So we got to get TiVo time in order to listen to it right at a faster speed. Okay. So if he does go into jury instructions, I mean, tonight, do y'all really want to go through that, or do y'all want me just to kind of play it in the morning once we get some TiVo? Right? I just don't know if I can make it through that. We'll probably go to sleep. If we have some TiVo time, then we'll be okay. Because it can sound normal. Yeah, they still have a rebuttal. We'll listen to all of that. I'm just saying, like, I'm just getting our plan. So if he says that he wants to go into jury instructions, are we okay with waiting until tomorrow and doing it at a good speed? I mean, because it's not, I mean, we can listen to it before the court starts. So what I would do is if instead of us starting an hour, doing it never. Okay, so what we'll do is if he does go into jury instructions, we'll go ahead and we'll end our day early. We will start early tomorrow, and then I'll play him at a faster speed. Well, we can listen to him on a faster speed. Maddie, we'll just listen to him together tomorrow on a faster speed because I want to know what charges they have. Yeah, She-Wolf. Yeah. I think so too. But I know it's no way. I mean, I can't imagine us being able to make it through this. If he does them tonight. Now, if he does them tomorrow, then that's fine because I'll just start our stream late. I'll just start our stream late, then that way we'll have some TiVo time. Yeah, Judy, he's still slow. They said I got to do it on 4.0. You say tomorrow morning on 1.5? Well, I want just to sound right. So maybe what, like 1.75? Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow if he decides. If he decides that he wants to do that. Because their rebuttal witness, I can't imagine it's going to take a very long time. And right now in Wisconsin, it is what, about 2 o'clock? Mountain Standard Time is what time we usually start. Drunky, either between 6 and 7 Mountain Standard Time. So right now it's like 2 o'clock there. They typically end court about 5. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, that's. I think that he's gonna try to either. I think he's gonna try to do jury instructions, or I think he'll try it today. I just don't want him to try it with us. Look, don't try it with us. Oh my! I'm telling you, they are probably gonna be brutal. They need to do that in the I don't even know if they can do it in the morning because listening to him this morning, I was ready to get back in my bed. I'm like, oh my goodness, like I don't even have enough coffee for this. So hopefully. Oh, you in the same time zone as me, drunkie. Okay. Yeah, it's only noon here, but yeah, we start about 6 or 7. So it just depends on what they have going on, what they decide as far as these instructions. Yeah, and I'm still keeping an eye out on the unaliving of the mistress that was pregnant, that DP case. So I'm still looking into that. What else we got? I don't know. They got this one about this 4-year-old girl that I don't know if I can cover that one. This 4-year-old girl that was in Florida that got unalive, but it's like 5 people on trial. It was like a drive-by. I just don't know if I could. I don't know if I can do that one. I don't know. I think I started tearing up when I seen the picture of her. So I don't know. But that trial, they're screaming that trial too. So I don't know.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back on the record on State versus Samantha Krebs. This is Branch 6 for Outagamie County Circuit Court. Just completed the defendant's testimony. At this point, we're going to shift back to the defense. Attorney Rock, you want to call any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay, so the state's rested its case in chief. The defense rests its case in chief. So state gets an opportunity to call any rebuttal witnesses. Do you have a first rebuttal witness?
I do have one brief witness. It would be Sergeant Keither.
Okay, we'll have him come back up to the stand and be re-sworn.
Swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat.
Okay, and officer, follow the same guidelines I gave you earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
So, Sergeant Keither, I'd like to approach and give you what's been identified as Exhibit 307, 308, and 309. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, these are photos captured from inside of the residence on Park Drive Lane.
And as the lead investigator in this case, you spent time reviewing the photos in this case along with the evidence you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer and have the court receive Exhibit 307, 308, 309, and I'd ask the court permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
All right, photo exhibits 307, 308, and 309 are received and can be published.
Sergeant Keither, what is this a photo of?
This photo is taken from essentially just stepping inside the front door, almost in that small area, like where the kitchen would be to your right, and then we're looking into the living room area of the apartment.
Apartment complex, were you aware that there was kind of a buzzer system where if somebody wanted to come in downstairs, they'd have to be buzzed into the apartment complex?
Yes,
And is there a buzzer located in this particular photo?
yes, the buzzer for the apartment is located in the upper left-hand corner. You can see it sticking out from the wall, and like the shadow comes down from it a little bit, but it's kind of slightly washed out.
Okay, can you just point, if the pointer's not still up there, if you could just point with the ruler?
And if you can give him the microphone if he's going to say anything.
And you're pointing to that location that you just discussed, right?
Correct.
You can sit back down. Thank you. Do you see any blood on that at all?
No.
Exhibit 308. Do we see where the buzzer is located here?
The buzzer is, I guess I would say, kind of probably in the top third of the picture, but otherwise generally centrally located above the suitcase handle. And then there's a light switch, and the buzzer is located at that point on the wall to the left of like a lanyard and a key hook.
Okay, if you would be willing to stand up and just point to it where you just described it. And the record should reflect he's pointing to the area that he just described. Thank you. Did you see any blood located anywhere around that buzzer or the light switch or wall?
No.
Okay, and if we look at exhibit number 309, do you see the buzzer located? Sorry? It's okay. Do you see the buzzer located in exhibit 309?
Yes. It's again located to the left of the key hook, above that light switch. There's kind of also like from this angle, it looks like there's maybe a cord that's hanging down, at least in the view of that buzzer.
And do you see any blood located on or around that buzzer or the light switch?
No.
Did you also, in your review of the evidence as the lead investigator, did you review all of the reports from the forensic evidence specialist who processed this scene?
Yes.
Was there any notation about there being blood located anywhere on or around the buzzer, the light switch, or the door?
No.
If there was, would they have noted that?
Yes.
And much like we had testimony, there was some blood. When we looked at exhibit prior exhibits, I think it was exhibit maybe 11. Do you recall there being notation about blood being kind of down around the floor, near the floorboard of that wall?
Yes, I generally recall that.
And there was testimony to that?
I believe so.
And it was exhibit number 14. Is that where it was noted?
Yes, it's a little bit higher on the wall than the floorboard.
So when there is visible blood, that gets reported by the forensic evidence specialist, and it also gets documented with photos, right?
Yes.
And did you see any around that location of the buzzer or the door?
No.
Now, in addition to the audio recording from John Pfeffer, you reviewed his phone.
Correct.
Is there an audio recording that is captured on John's arrival at the apartment?
So there's the audio recording that we've heard in this trial. And shortly before that, there is another audio recording.
And can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so there's an audio recording that in its file name is essentially Facebook 2024-07-18 214604. And then it indicates Samantha Krebs, like .amr, something to that effect. And that audio recording is a 26-second audio recording. Based on the date and timestamp in the file name, it would be related to 7/18/2024 at 9:46:04 p.m. So about 33 seconds prior to when the other one starts. In this audio file, like at the beginning of it, you just hear John Pfeffer's voice say, "Yes, Sam," and then it's just quiet until the end of it. But, well, I shouldn't say that. There's no more conversation. You just hear like background noise of like walking or closing car doors consistent with their arrival in the parking lot.
And is that recording identified on Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 1 called Facebook 2024-0718-214604 Samantha Krebs?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask permission to be able to play that.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, that's received and can be played.
Yes, Sam.
And was that audio recording approximately 26 seconds?
Correct.
And why was this call interesting to the investigation?
So based on the information that we learned throughout the investigation, again, the next audio file picks up, and then a short time into that audio file, John makes a comment about how he had like 4 missed calls on the way here. And this call is a call from Samantha Krebs based on that file name. And so I believe, from what I hear, I have believed that this is the like last missed call to John Pfeffer at 9:46.
And then after this missed call, when she would have called his phone, that would be within seconds of his arrival in the apartment?
Well, generally, the next one starts at 9:46:37, and then they're walking in, so maybe about a minute from the arrival in the apartment.
And so at 9:46, before John Pfeffer arrived, Samantha Krebs would have had her phone to call 911 if she called John Pfeffer?
Correct.
Did that contradict the testimony Samantha provided earlier today regarding that there was a 10-minute gap between her last phone call and when John Pfeffer came there?
Yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, counsel can cross.
Thank you. Investigator, this recording app that John Pfeffer had on his phone, that's where this last recording came from. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that application records conversations that are not phone calls, correct?
I guess I couldn't say what it all records. I know it records phone calls.
You know that it records things that are not phone calls?
I guess I'm not sure.
You're aware that this is the same recording app where the recording of when John Pfeffer enters the apartment comes from?
Yes, my understanding is there's a phone call at that time.
And is it your understanding that the phone call lasted that entire time that he was in the apartment?
Yeah, I don't understand what the time frame as far as like when the recording ends or starts based on the timing of the phone call.
So do you know with any certainty whether the recording from inside of the apartment was for the entire duration of a phone call?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Is it your testimony that you don't know whether this recording application records conversations that are not part of a phone call?
So it records, like, for example, in the call on the lead up, it's recording, him walking and you can hear ringing. So I guess I don't know what you're referring to as part of the phone call.
Do you know if this application is an application that only records the content of a phone call while that phone call is active?
In general, when I listen to the recordings, that's what it sounded like.
Do you know?
No.
And you identified this recording based off of a number, correct?
The file name? Is
Yes.
that what you're referring to? Yes, there's a file name for it.
And the numbers associated with that file name, you believe, are associated with a date stamp, correct?
Correct.
Not with a phone number.
So at the end, it has the Samantha Krebs on it, which is a Facebook account name.
So a name.
Correct.
And this was something you think was associated with Facebook?
Yes. The beginning of the file name includes Facebook.
Nothing further.
Just some clarification. So the recording that we have, that's the audio from John Pfeffer that we listened to on the crime lab video with the surveillance video from the veterinary clinic.
Yes.
That particular audio recording, is that from a phone call that John made back to Sam and recorded it?
It's a phone call John made on his phone.
And is this also a phone call from Sam to John Pfeffer at this particular time that preceded that?
A Facebook call, yes.
Nothing further.
Anything follow up, Ms. Rock? Go ahead. Okay, while they're consulting, there was a reference during different times to 4 missed calls. Do you know the times of those 4 missed calls?
No.
Is that in some record?
This phone, so sorry, let me put the cap on my water. So this audio for 94604.
Setting that aside, but during some of the testimony, there was a reference to 4 missed calls. Whether it's a phone record or a Facebook record, are you able to say when those 4 calls were dialed and not completed?
Yes, so related to this audio, there is a record in both John's Facebook records and Samantha's Facebook records indicating a call authored by Samantha Krebs at 9:45:59, which I found to be consistent with this audio file beginning at 9:46:04.
There was a sequence of 4. Do you know the interval between the 4, whether they were minutes apart or seconds apart?
The other ones in that time frame were not in the records.
All right, just trying to get clarity because there's reference to 4 missed calls. Sometimes with phone records, you can see that on like a phone bill or something like that.
Right, so these were Facebook calls, and we know that there were things being deleted from the accounts. So this is what was received from Facebook.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Rock.
I have nothing further. Thank
Anything
you.
else?
No, thank you.
Okay, you can step down.
With that, Your Honor, that would be the close of the state's rebuttal evidence.
Okay, any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay, those exhibits once again are received. Okay, it's about 1:50 p.m. I'm going to do some work with the lawyers, and then we'll have you back out here, maybe closer to 2:30. So I'm going to scout some things out with the lawyers, so this is going to be a longer break. At this point, your notebook's in the courtroom. That part of the process is done. So the notebooks stay in the jury room from now on. So I'm going to do some work with the attorneys on some instructions, but it's going to take a good 40 minutes. So don't mean to keep you cooped up there, but at this point, I don't want you out and about in the parking lot or going for a walk. We're going to try and get you back in here as close to 2:30 as possible. It might be, if we get wind, it might be later. I'll relay a message to the bailiff and give you a heads up. So if you got things you're doing, puzzles or otherwise, you can gonna get a little more time to focus on puzzles and games and stuff like that. Hopefully there's still some snacks there, and if you didn't finish your lunch, you can finish that too. Okay, we'll report back to you, but we're gonna shoot to try and get you back in there in the proximity of 2:30 PM. All rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, are there any other exhibits that haven't been addressed from either side?
I think we have them all received according to the clerks. They're giving me a head nod.
Okay, the clerk can just double check their logs to see if there's anything that was marked and identified but not offered or received. All right, the clerks say we're good. So all exhibits marked and offered have been received. There's been none that were rejected. Each side should have a jury instruction packet. I want to be on the record for a jury instruction conference. Yesterday, we gave you some updated pages that were edited. So the first two are 100 and 103. Any objection to those from the defense?
No.
From the state?
I don't believe so. I'm just opening up the packet plus the ones you gave us.
All right, 100 is just the opening instruction, 103 is evidence defined.
Yep, that's obviously not a problem.
All right, the next one, at least the first draft, we had 110. And what I had asked during some of the breaks to consider is there's an alternative 112 if either side is going to ask for a lesser included. So look at 110, look at, I think 112 is the alternative. Either side is going to ask for a lesser included. And then what's the defense position on a lesser included?
We are not seeking one.
And what's the state's position on that?
Nor are we.
All right, 110 is single count, no included offense. So that's will be remaining in there. 1010 is the substantive instruction. So I want each side to carefully look at that and make sure that there's no typos or misstatements. So we'll go off the record while you proofread 1010 and then let me know when you're ready to discuss that. We'll go back on the record.
Judge, I think since we're at the point where we've had as much testimony as we have, I think you could put Joey Carnut in there instead of JJC. I think that would be in both the elements, and there's also a place in the last paragraph under jury's decision. And his name could go in both those places.
All right, any opinion on that?
I don't have a position on it. It's fine.
So anywhere where it says JJC, the state's saying just insert Joey Carnot.
Right, but it's
Joseph Carnot.
and it's also in 110.
Oh, yes, in 110. Joseph Carnot would be appropriate. I have no corrections to any other information in 1010.
Nor do I.
All right, back on the record on 110 and 1010. States asked that JJC be replaced with Joseph Carnot, and the court will grant that request. All right, then we'll review 140. Any objection to the content in 140?
No.
No.
All right, that's received. Is 141 needed?
Not from the defense perspective.
What about from the state?
No.
All right, 141 is out. 145 and 155. Any objections from the state to those two form instructions?
No.
What about the defense?
No.
158 is the updated version. It's past tense about the recording, so take a look at that.
No objection.
No objection here either.
Okay, 162 is agreed facts and just references the 18 stipulations, and I've got that list to give them to. Any problem with that
No.
from the defense?
No.
All right, 170 and 172, you can take a look at those that deal with generally circumstantial evidence and then post-alleged conduct.
No objection to either. Looks like it's just.
Okay, so we have an objection that I have to listen to and I have to hear. Okay, Fowler, please approach the bench. I'm gonna need all other cast members to step out of the room. Okay, Fowler, I am listening to your objection. Oh, no. Fowler, damn it. I'm listening to your objection. You have to type it in there. Okay, so is this the point y'all want to do it? Are we coming back to jury instructions tomorrow and all of this stuff? Because I know when he bring the jury back, they probably gonna go into jury instructions. But are we stopping now? Y'all tell me. Where's the objection sticker in there, Merelda? Ooh, I think, yeah, it should be one in there. Yeah, we will have to wait till tomorrow because we don't have any TiVo time. Oh, no. I mean, I'm good with whatever y'all want to do. We can wait and we can listen to all of it. I mean, because he is going to get the instructions. I don't know if y'all care to hear them arguing over what's going to be in there or not. You know, because he gonna get a jury instructions. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Everybody objecting. Okay, cool. We will end our day early today. No, we fine. We fine. That's fine with me. My baby, she got her first cheerleading game is today. So that'll give me some time to kind of get her ready and I guess be versus to listening to him. Of course I would love to hang with you guys, right? But that way I can get her ready and get her dinner prepared and make sure she all dialed up. So what we'll do is if they start at 7, I'll start us around 6 Mountain Standard Time. And then that way we can do it on 4 or whichever one that OnlyFans told me do it on like 4 or 2.5, something like that. So we'll figure out what's fast and what's not fast for us. And we know definitely it's probably going to be going to the jury tomorrow, right? I can't imagine that they're going to sit there and do closing arguments and everything tonight, especially not as slow as he speak, right? So the only thing I could be thinking is that they are going to possibly give some not the closing arguments, some of the jury instructions. I don't know, but some judges don't split it. So we'll kind of like see. Yeah, film, we are going to have an after dark. I was going to schedule it today, but with her cheer game, I said it's at 6. So I better, yeah, I know it's my first year being a cheer mom. I tell you, I'm like, I got the van to match it, so we all good there. I got the soccer mom van. I had not became the soccer mom, but now I am. It fits with my ride. Lynn said, none of my girls wanted to cheer. You lucky. My oldest, she not interested in none of that stuff. I got one that don't want to, all she do is study. Yeah, so we won't be able to understand anything. Yeah, so today her first day of cheering. So I said I'm gonna make her dinner and stuff early because she got to be back up there at 4 o'clock. So this way I don't have to be rushing. Yeah, we're gonna do Friday after dark. Oh wow, Barbara, you say he's 7 and he wants to play football. Okay. Thank you, Jason. I'm gonna let her know because I asked her, said, are you nervous? So I had her practice in front of me last night. It's like, are you nervous? So I'm gonna try to dial her up a little bit and make sure she got her hair together. I'm like, oh my goodness, they tell them they gotta wear a ponytail. Like one ponytail. I'm like, well, what if you got your hair a different way? Now, every time, when you cheer, you got to wear one ponytail and then you got to have your bow. He a big boy, your teddy bear. Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, so we excited. I'm excited, but I'm kind of like reserved because if y'all don't know, like it's still real hot in Arizona. So what that means is that at 6 o'clock, it's still hot. I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to be sitting in the benches watching football because it's a football game. I'm like, oh boy. Yeah, that's what I heard, Barbara. I didn't know that. You say he will not play football. Oh, travel baseball. I would just follow, damn it. Now, I want it to be about me. I'm going to pack a cooler with some ice, with some water, in order for me to sit out there and be able to enjoy. That's all I can do at this point in time. Because I got to go. I surely will. Thank you, Marilda. I am. Yes, water in Arizona is the must, right? Barbara, so we're going to be sitting out there. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to bring an umbrella. I got a lot of things that I'm going to prepare for. Thanks, Baca. You have a great one too. Thank you for everything. Yeah, so we will. I am going to, hopefully I can videotape her. I'm hoping. I hope I'm not that far away where I can see her. I don't know. We'll figure it out in some type of way. I do have a wagon, not a wagon. I got one of those like carts. So I'll use that cart. Have a good one, Just Shamrock. Yeah, so we'll get started in the morning. I'll send that alert out, and then we'll kind of go from there. I'm just going to keep it kind of paused on where we're at and pull it up in the morning for us to go do that. Okay, Lynn, we right on time then. Everybody get to do something early. Lynn got grandma duties. Marilda, I know it's late. Where you at? Yeah, it's definitely a must. I do have one. I got like a little cooler. I'm gonna bring like a little cooler. I think that's my plan. I got like one of them little red coolers. I'm gonna fill it up with some ice and put a couple waters in there just in case my baby be thirsty. Cause she may be thirsty and come off them sidelines. But I don't think kids get hot. I don't think they get hot at all. Cause I keep trying to figure out how these boys is practicing with all that gear on, and it be right after school. So y'all know it's in the heat, the mid-afternoon, and it's really, really hot. You make sure you be safe. Well, I'll text you. I know I'll text that. She trying to get on the road to Dallas. Oh, it's already the next morning. Where you at? Just Shamrock says she just now getting up. What's up, y'all? She said, I just getting up. Yes, definitely be safe. That is awesome. All right, guys. Well, we definitely know that we were in the right place today, where there's no filters, right? Just, I was about to say just facts, but I can't do it like that. I got to say no filters, no fluff, just facts, right? So you can be the judge. Awesome, 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 guys. Early morning tomorrow, right? Judge on whatever speed we need to get past him and get to the closing statements. Interesting. All right, guys, y'all have a great one. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody that the stream supporters, everybody that got a membership, and most importantly, the chat. All right, guys. Have a good one.